Good morning, everybody. Welcome to our live coverage here on Bowl TV of the PABCON Champion of Champions event. Lucas Wiseman here with you as we get underway with our first game of the singles competition in the men's event. The men will bowl 6 games this morning, and the women will be coming in this afternoon to bowl their first 6 games of singles. There'll be a total of 12 games in the singles event. The final 6 for each division will be tomorrow. That will determine our singles medalists here at the Champion of Champions. Of course, these scores all count towards their all events totals as well. This event serves as qualifying event for the World Games, which will be held in Colombia next year. And that's based on national all events. On our featured pairs this game, Guatemala, Ecuador, and Colombia. That's on 9 and 10 right here. And on 11 and 12, we've got Brazil, Puerto Rico, and Canada. That's Dan McClelland up in the 5th frame here of Game 1. Find the full schedule of our live streaming for this event on bowl.com, bowl.com/live stream if you want to see our start times for the coming days. Marcelo Swartz about to be up on the right side of your screen here. He's just out of the picture. There he comes in and carries the crossover for a strike. Andres Gomez from Colombia has not missed yet. Front 4. And Andres leaves the 7 pin. Again, if you're just tuning in, this is just Game 1 here of our men's singles event. Players will move after each game, so we will have all of the players in the field on our featured pairs. There will be 1 game on each pair here this morning. There's live scoring available. You can find that link on bowl.com. Gomez with the 2-8 in the 6th as we are moving along here. Here's McClelland in the 7th, working on 3 in a row. Jean Perez for Puerto Rico, the lefty, up here in the 7th frame. Spare four-bagger for Perez. And carries another one. That's a 5-bagger for the left-hander. Andres Gomez with a strike in the 7th frame. We are wrapping up our first game. Open frame for Saviero. McClellan shooting the 1-2-4 and covers it up. Again, the women will be coming up this afternoon. This is the first game in our men's competition, the singles event here at the PABCON Champion of Champions. Thanks everybody for joining me this morning. Take a look at Andres Herrera of Guatemala with the 6 count. Lane conditions for the tournament that were selected are Beijing and Montreal. That's correct in our chat. 35 and 41 feet. Looks like we're on the shorter of the two patterns here this morning. Ninth frame for McClelland. Leaves the single pin rocking on a high shot. Swartz with 3 in a row, entering the 10th frame. We're in the 8th frame, wrapping up the 8th frame here on lanes 9 and 10, Andres Gomez. And Andres with a strike for a double. Well, let's see if Perez can keep it going here, 9th frame, working on 6 in a row after starting with 2 9 spares. And the lefty pulls it. Oh, and trips out. The 6-8 for the strike. I was talking to Puerto Rico's coach, Jerry Edwards, and she said that Jean Perez was the runner-up for PBA Rookie of the Year a number of years ago. So definitely some talent there. McClelland with a strike here in the 10th frame. Second shot in the 10th for McClelland. Leaves the 6-10, so that'll give him 215 with a spare. McClellan wraps up at 215 to start here on our featured pair. We'll flip over to 9 and 10 now. Guatemala up in the 10th. Messenger coming across, but misses for Herrera. And he'll be in the 180s with a spare. Brazil's Marcelo Swartz got the first one in the 10th. He can strike out for 247. Gets another one. That's 5 in a row for Marcelo Swartz. John Perez, Messenger coming across, takes out the 7. Another strike. 9 spare, and he hasn't missed since. Taken it all the way into the 10th frame. Swartz to fill it up here. Gets 9 on the fill, 246 for Marcelo Swartz. One of the high scores in the bowling center here in game 1. Perez, second shot in the 10th. Didn't like that one. Leaves the 5-9, and he'll shoot 267 with the spare. So 215 for McClellan, 246 for Swartz. And it looks like it'll be 247 for Perez on lanes 11 and 12. Herrera with 181 for the Guatemalan. Ecuador's Severino Rio with 172. And Andres Gomez can punch out here in the 10th frame for 267. Jason Oder with 184 off to our left. Victor Tatiashi 201. Morning to Almi Guerra, who's watching in the chat. I would guess back at the hotel room. Almi, you should be here watching in person. Gomez with 4 in a row now, heading into the second shot in the 10th frame. Again, his max score, 267. Fill ball here for Andres. gets 9 of them down for 266. As we now will wait for the other pairs to finish up. They're almost done. Ernesto Franco from Mexico, 210. Ruben Salenhammer, 203, off to our left. Our featured pairs are the first one's done, and they will get the scoring reset here. .171 for Giancarlo Mattiusi. Some of these names are going to cause me problems, I think. Carlos Finks Jr., 189, as our first game comes to a close. So while we get everything restarted and reset for game 2, we will take a quick commercial break and be back right after this.
Bowl TV has a new address. All of the video features, coaching tips, and live events you've been watching for years are still available on bowl.com, but now there's a new YouTube home for all things bowling. Bowl TV has its own channel, and it's so easy to find. YouTube.com/BowlTV. That's it. And you never know what you'll see. If you've previously been following us on the Grow the Sport channel, it will still be there, but very soon all new videos will only be available on the Bowl TV channel. So please take the time to subscribe today. That way you'll be among the first to know as soon as a new video is posted or a live event gets underway. There are big things happening on Bowl TV. Don't miss a minute. Click on subscribe and let the good times roll.
I think the decision to bowl sport more came out of watching house patterns, watching the averages go up, the scores go up, seeing that some guys got 11 in a row and there's not a crowd watching anymore. No one really cares. And I just decided, this isn't bowling. This isn't what it was when I was a kid. You start to realize on a house shot, you throw a bad shot and it carries, and you're realizing I'm not getting penalized and I should be. And sport shots came along, and that was really the opportunity to see, where am I? How good am I? How bad am I? What do I need to work on?
It can be frustrating when you first start, when you're going from the house pattern to a sport condition. What would you say to somebody who's just getting started in it? I mean, it can be tough to hang in there.
I think really you just try to say, it's different, understand that it's different, learn from it, realize that it's teaching you where you need to improve.
And we are back with the start of game 2. Dan McClellan, John Perez still on the featured pairs. Victor Tatiashi of Peru joins us on this featured pair 9 and 10. There's a look at Victor. Starts things off with a strike. And our other featured pair, lanes 11 and 12 here at the Kegel Training Center. Ronald Moorhead from the Virgin Islands. Saverio also on this pair from Ecuador. And Uruguay's Hector Casieres is on our featured pair now as well. And we are in Lake Wales, Florida at the Kegel Training Center for the PABCON Champion of Champions. Medals will be awarded in singles, mixed doubles, men's all events, women's all events, national all events, which is the combination of the men's and women's all events for the countries, singles masters, mixed doubles masters. And again, this is a qualifying event for the World Games, which will take place next year in Colombia. World Games happens every 4 years. It's for sports that are not in the Olympics, such as bowling, billiards, sports like that. And 3 years ago, the World Games was held in Kaohsiung, Taiwan. And a little bit of trivia for you, the World Games, the only international competition that the United States has not won a gold medal in. Chris Barnes was close 3 years ago, just missed the cut to the stepladder, but the U.S. has never won a gold medal in the World Games, and the top eight teams in the national all events standings at the end of the doubles competition on Friday will get spots in the World Games. They'll be joined by Colombia. The host country automatically gets in. Let's take a look at Caceres here, Uruguay. The only country that does not have a female representative here at the tournament. You can find a live scoring link on bowl.com right under our live streaming graphic. There's 3 links. It says watch now, live scoring, and results. And the left lane moves left, the right lane moves right, it looks like, here in this competition. Means Steve Smith from the United States should be on our featured pair for games 3 and 4. So we'll take a look at Dan McClelland with a ringing 10-pin in the third frame. He started the game with a double. Steve Smith from the United States started off with 187 in game 1. Again, the women's competition will be coming up this afternoon, following a break after the men's squad. And then everybody will be done. I think we should wrap up about 4 p.m. Eastern time today. And then 6 more games for each division tomorrow in the singles event. It's kind of easing into the tournament here. But Friday and Saturday are very full days. All the competitors bowl 12 games on Friday in the doubles event. Standings after the first game, just coming in here to our broadcast booth. Thanks to Brent Sims for dropping these by. John Perez of Puerto Rico in the lead, as we expected, with 267 on our featured pair. You can see John right there getting ready to bowl on lane number 10. Andres Gomez of Colombia is second at 266. Marcelo Swartz third at 246. And McClelland fourth at 215. All 4 of those bowlers were on our featured pair in game 1. So maybe a little bit of something going there with the featured pair karma this morning. Ernesto Franco rounds out the top 5 from Mexico with 210. Ruben Salin Hammer of Argentina, 203. Victor Tatiashi of Peru, 201. And Manuel Fernandez of Dominican Republic, 200. Amuleto Malicelli, 199. Alberto Lozano, 190. Finks, 189. Smith, 187. Oder, 184. Herrera, 181. Saverio, 172. Mattiucci, 171. Caceres, 142. And Moorhead, 121. So Dan McClellan in 4th place after game 1. And the Canadian has gone double 9 spare strike to start game 2. Ronald Moorhead from the Virgin Islands. He delivers a strike in the 5th. Tateishi with a 1-2 leave for the Peruvian. John Perez has hit a little bit of a rough patch here, back-to-back opens. And now a 3-5 in the 4th. He is the leader after the first game at 267. Giving back a little bit here so far this game. And Steve Smith from Team USA will be on our featured pair for games 3 and 4. Looks like he is moving to the left, and he's on 1 and 2 right now as McClellan leaves the 4-pin. Perez trying to get back on track after 3 opens in a row. Fortunate not to leave the 6-8 there. The 8-pin goes down late. That'll leave him another makeable spare. So he'll try to recover from a bumpy start to game 2. Liz Johnson, the female representative for Team USA, and she will be bowling on the next squad coming up this afternoon. As we are now in the back half of game 2 of 6. And McClelland with a strike in the 6th. Only 3 players on a pair, so things will go pretty fast. There's 18 countries represented in this event. And it's only 1 player from each country competing. Saverio leaves the washout, the 1-6-10. And Perez missed that single pin in the 5th, so he had 4 opens in a row, 54 in the 5th frame, but he finally stops the bleeding with a strike in the 6th frame. So strike, 4 opens in a row, and strike for Perez. He was the leader after game 1 at 267, but he will not be the leader after game 2. Eighth frame in progress here on lanes 11 and 12. Moorhead with a spare in the 8th frame. Seventh frame spare for Tatiashi of Peru. See if Puerto Rico's John Perez can get a double here, 7th frame. He struggled so far here in game 2. And now back on track with the double. Caceres with a 2-pin leave in the 8th frame. He's got 132 in the 7th. Again, live scoring available. Just head to bowl.com, click on the link for the live scoring, and you can pick which lane you want to see the scores for. And we are on 9 through 12 for our featured pairs. McClellan leaves the 10 pin. Steve Smith, so far this game for the United States, 158 in the 7th frame and a strike in the 8th. So Steve trying to put together a good game. He is crossing with Amleto Monticelli. So we'll have Steve Smith and Amleto Monticelli coming up in game number 3. Three in a row for Perez. He's got back on track here in the back half of game 2 after having a rough patch of 4 opens in a row. McClellan in the 9th frame gets the strike. 168 in the 8th for McClellan to strike up in the 9th. They're bowling on the Beijing pattern this morning, 35 feet. Perez with a 7-pin in the 9th. That'll end his run of strikes. You can find all the WTBA patterns, that's what's used in this event, on world10pinbowling.com. Second shot in the 10th for McClellan as he gets 6, and that'll put him in the 2 teens here in game number 2. .164 from Moorhead, 183 for Severio, and Caceres will be in the 180s if he can make his spare. Final shot of this game for McClellan. He gets 1, shoots 211 in game 2. So 2:15, 2:11 start for McClelland. Spare is good for Hector. Strike on his fill, he'll shoot 183. So we take a look at Peru's Victor Tatiashi. He can strike out for 225. Didn't like that one though, leaves the 1-2. That'll put his max score at 205 now. Phil ball, final shot coming up on our featured pair 11 and 12. And Hector shoots 181. First shot in the 10th for Perez. .205 for Steve Smith in game 2. He opens in the 10th frame, his only open of the game. So .205 for Team USA's Steve Smith. He'll be coming into our featured pairs for games 3 and 4. Perez can strike out for 183. He got the first one in the 10th, and this is the second one. This would get him to the 180s, and he gets the second one in the 10th. So he has rebounded nicely in the back half of this game after starting off a bit rough. It's 181 for Perez. Tatiashi shot 205. So 181 for Perez as we now have a break in the action as we wait for our next game to get started. We'll take a quick commercial break and be back with you here in just a couple of minutes live on Bowl TV at the PABCON Champion of Champions.
Come on, baby. Let's go, guys. Let's go. Let's go.
The United States Bowling Congress is shaping the future of bowling, helping kids learn the sport the right way and awarding thousands of scholarships every year. USBC supports Special Olympics and America's best when they go for the gold as the home and heart of Team USA. We're reaching for new heights in research, raising the bar with spectacular national tournaments, and have raised millions of dollars to help fight cancer and support veterans. Visit bowl.com to learn more.
I got into sport bowling because I wanted to improve my game. I started out bowling a lot of different leagues, things like that, but I really wanted to push myself. And so I thought getting into a sport league would really be something that I could do consistently, and it would be something I would learn from.
What has the experience of sport bowling done for you as far as competition and tournaments?
Oh, I think it's really opened up my eyes because now I'm able to play different parts of the lane. I have a lot more confidence playing those parts of the lane. I'm a pretty straightforward, easygoing girl. I play up 10 if I can, but now I'm not afraid to move left. I'm not afraid to move right, and it's really helped me so that when I go into those tournaments, I have an open mind.
And just about to get underway with our third game. Just waiting on some of the names to flip over here on the other pairs. We're going to have Steve Smith and Amleto Monticelli joining our featured pairs. Amleto and Steve will be on 11 and 12. Along with Victor Tatiashi of Peru. And here we go. Steve Smith of Team USA. Up on lane 11, our first look at Team USA Steve Smith for the day, and gets things started off with a strike in the first frame. Steve with 392 after 2 games. Excuse me. He's had 187 in game 1 and 205 in game 2. Standings, Andres Gomez in the lead at 506 after 2 games. Ernesto Franco of Mexico in second place at 455. Marcelo Swartz is third at 450. John Perez in fourth at 448. Amleto Monticelli in fifth at 438. Dan McClelland is sixth. Victor Tatiashi in seventh. Manuel Fernandez in eighth. Steve Smith in ninth. And Ruben Salenhammer in 10th place. Amleto Monticelli, recent inductee into the USBC Hall of Fame, with a strike in the first frame. On 9 and 10 this game, it's going to be Ronald Moorhead and Hector Caceres again. And joining our featured pair, El Salvador's Giancarlo Mattiucci. Steve Smith, second frame, didn't like it, pulls it, leaves the 3-6 in the second. Appreciate everybody joining us this morning here live on Bowl TV. PABCON Champion of Champions. PABCON stands for the Pan American Bowling Confederation. essentially the American zone. It's all of the North, Central, and South American countries, along with the Caribbean. Make up PABCON, and Steve Smith with an open frame misses the 3-6. So we've got 6 games of singles today, 6 more tomorrow. The top 3 will earn medals, gold, silver, and bronze. And the top 8 will advance to the singles masters on Saturday. Amleto Monticelli, second frame. Amleto sitting in 5th place overall, 199-239 for the USBC Hall of Famer as he dances the pins across the deck for a strike in the second. Back-to-back strikes for Amleto. Joining us now is an extra special guest, cupcake aficionado. I guess that wouldn't be your #1 title. Team USA member John Jenowitz.
Hey, what's up, buddy? How you doing?
Good. How are you doing?
Good, doing okay. Yeah, I'm working on the cupcakes for later this week, but it's about an hour and 10 minutes away, so I'm not sure.
I was going to say, we're kind of rural here in Lake Wales.
Yeah, like you said, the place I like is about an hour and 10 minutes away, so I'm trying to figure out how to maybe do it after work sometime, but scheduling's kind of tight, so we'll see.
I'm sure you'll spend a lot of money on cupcakes this week if you with all your friends in town.
Yeah, I might spend a couple 20s. There's no doubt about that. So,
well, John, you obviously live and work here at Kegel Training Center, Kegel, I should say, not in the training center portion. But so you're pretty familiar with this bowling center, and they're bowling on Beijing today, which is short pattern. What are some of the characteristics of the Kegel Training Center when it comes to this pattern?
I mean, obviously with the lanes being as flat as they can get them, the ball really rolls very true. The surface here, it plays a little bit on the slicker, kind of a little bit on the slicker side of medium. So I think on the shorter patterns, even though there's not a lot of ball outside, the ball will get down the lane pretty easily, and that's kind of just a little bit of bowling I've been watching so far. It's kind of what I've been seeing. The ball's definitely not any problems with any early hook whatsoever, and they look like they could be a little bit tricky though if you don't have your angles right. I kind of heard a few people saying that when you try to use a little too much angle going through the front part of the lane, the ball did tend to want to hang down the lane. So you just got to kind of keep your angles a little more closed. I see some guys throwing some urethane. So kind of got a little potpourri of a lot of different ways of people trying to hit them, and which that usually isn't unusual, especially on the first day.
John Jenowitz is joining us here as we're in the 3rd game of the men's singles. And we've got Steve Smith on our featured pair, fellow Team USA member. And, Steve has bowled in the Tournament of Americas before, but this kind of his first bigger event for Team USA. I think you've watched Steve bowl a little bit over the past couple of years at team trials and such. Let's talk a little bit about what you think about Steve's game. Yeah,
very, very strong game. I mean, it definitely gets the ball down the lane very easily. Definitely, big guy, has no problem with ball speed and whatnot. Like I said, I think he would bowl pretty well in this particular pattern, with his rev rate and ball speed combination. So he's kind of struggling a little bit just to try to blend it out, at least a little bit I've watched so far. But I'm sure he'll be fine in just a little bit. So
yeah, Steve only 392 for the first 2 games, and that puts him in 9th place, kind of the top 8 in the singles event after 12 games. Make it to the singles masters. You've bowled this tournament a couple of times now, right?
And I bowled the other 2.
They hand out a lot of medals.
Yes. There's definitely a lot of hardware to be won. There's no doubt about that. But this was a really fun tournament. I was fortunate enough to bowl this with Shannon O'Keefe 4 years ago, and then with Brenda Padilla 2 years ago. And it's really a great time. This is one of my favorite tournaments.
And this year's event is a qualifying event for the World Games, which will be in Colombia next year. So a little bit of added icing on the cake for the team that fares the teams that fare the best, so the top, I think 7 or 8 teams, top 8 make it to the
I thought it was like top 8.
top
top 8
plus
teams.
Columbia.
Yeah.
So Columbia's already seeded in as the home
Mm-hmm.
country, so
Right.
they will automatically make it in.
Yeah, it should be a good event. Definitely should be a good event. I'd like to bowl that someday. That'd be great.
And I mentioned it earlier, John, but a little piece of trivia. Did you know that the World Games is the only event that the United States has never won a gold medal in?
Really?
Yeah.
Wow, I did not know that.
Never won
Wow.
the gold medal at the World Games in men's or women's competition.
Wow. That's held every 4 years, if I remember correctly.
is.
Correct? Yep.
Yeah.
Mhm. Okay.
It's kind of a short format event, so it's hard to, they make a pretty drastic cut to the top 3 for a step ladder, so it's a tough event to win.
Okay.
And,
Okay.
Who knows? Maybe next year you'll get the chance to bowl
hopefully,
it.
Hopefully we'll see. Yeah, hopefully we'll
And that's
see what
again, that's a
happens.
one man, one woman competition
Right.
for each
right.
country. So
Right. Yeah, I can see where like that singles type format where I could, and if it's a short format, I can see where that could be pretty challenging to win. There's no doubt. Not a lot of time for wasting time to getting lined up and everything. You just gotta start sprinting from ball 1. So.
Amleto with the front 5 this game. And John, you like we said, you work here at Kegel, and for those who are not necessarily familiar with what goes on here, talk about a little bit about what your job is here and what they do here at the Kegel facility.
Yeah. Like I said, here at Kegel, we 3 main things we do here is obviously the training part, as far as training bowlers and hosting tournaments. Manufacturing lane machines is definitely our core business, which the manufacturing is all done here, and also the KBT division. As far as making the chemicals, the oils and conditioners, or oils and cleaners for the bowling centers. All that is done here under this one roof. And as far as my job is in tech support, and I've been here. Let's see, in July will be 14 years now. And any customers that are having problems with their lane machine that they can't get it to run or it's not running properly, I'm one of about 6 or 7 techs that they can call to get help with that. Also, if they have trouble with their oil pattern, they can't get their scores high enough, or they're having trouble getting lanes to hold up, or they need some assistance in designing a tournament pattern, I'm also one of the people that they call as well. So, like I said, it's a really fun job. There's always lots of challenges. It's interesting to hear about some of the issues that some of the centers have, and it works out really good because it also helps us with our improving the quality of our lane machines too, and also getting more ideas to like I said, better improve our lane machines and our chemicals.
John Janowitz is joining us, and Steve Smith continuing to struggle. Only 96 in the 6th frame for Team USA member Steve Smith, but Amleto has had no problems figuring out 11 and 12. He's got the front 5. Let's see if he can get another one here.
Yeah. Let's see where he's playing.
Pretty far
12,
right.
Yeah.
Missed the head pin to the right, leaves the rail.
Yeah.
Maybe he didn't mean to get it that far right.
Yeah, it never fails. I always got to watch somebody. Yeah, they missed the head pin. Yeah. Where are they playing? Oh, yeah, obviously not there. So.
And Steve has struck every time here on lane 11 this game. Let's see if he can keep that up right here.
Yeah, it's a good
So
shot.
no problem striking on that left lane. So John, you've been a member of Team USA for a few times. What, three or 4 times now?
Yeah, this is a 4th year now.
4th year. So let's talk a little bit about your experiences with the Team USA program, what it's like to be a member of Team USA, and what it feels like to represent your country. 'Cause that's
it's always
something Steve's getting experience right now.
Oh yeah, it's always one of the best feelings, as far as representing the red, white, and blue. And it's hard to really describe what what that means, but it's quite the experience. Everywhere from qualifying for the team trials and then going to training camp, being able to to bowl with and learn from some of the best coaches, Rod Ross, Kim Terrell-Kearney, and also to be able to also gain some experience from some of your fellow teammates as well. Guys like Chris Barnes, Tommy Jones. I mean, it's just some really amazing experience, and I've enjoyed every bit of it. And like I said, it's still nothing like hearing the national anthem. When you win a gold medal, hearing the national anthem on the podium, that's still one of the most special things in bowling that I've ever experienced, and I've been fortunate to experience that a couple times. And it's one of those things that keeps me coming back. Just the camaraderie, the people, people that are part of the organization, Mama Pat, and just so many special people that are involved, with the program that I just find it very special.
Amaletto gets back on track with a strike in the 7th frame. It looks like Steve Smith is digging in the bag for another ball for that right lane.
Yeah, time for some drastic measures here.
So. Second frame, he went 8-1. 4th frame, 7 spare. 6th frame, 8-1.
Chop the 2-5 there in the 6th frame. So see what kind of adjustment he makes off of this.
So he's up on the far right side of the screen. That looks a little better, huh?
There we go. Split the difference. So.
And Kim Terrell-Kearney is coaching this week for Team USA. Coach Kim in the house. She'll be coaching Steve Smith and Liz Johnson here this week. Victor Tatiashi, Peru. I'm pretty sure that I say a lot of these names wrong. I just do my best. So if somebody in the chat's watching and wants to correct me, feel free.
Yeah, sadly, I don't think I'll be able to provide too much more help for you there, Lucas. But yeah.
Your specialty is in the cupcake.
Yeah,
arena.
that's it. Yeah, yeah. Other than that, I'm pretty well useless. So at least I do something pretty well at least. So.
Well, you're not useless to the people who call in and need help with their lane machines. And
I try there. I try a little bit there too. So.
And want to make sure they have 80 300s a week in the bowling center.
That's you'd be amazed at some of the stories that we get sometimes. I remember getting a call back probably a few years back, and the guy he said he wanted me to look at his house pattern. He needed help, and I asked him, well, the scoring problem. He goes, well, not really. I mean, they said they had 90 300s there last year, but the center down the road had 140, and some of the bowlers were starting to flock there, so he needed some help. And I'm like, well, go ahead and send me your pattern. I'll see what I can do. So let me just say, there's just when you think, you've got some. You got some of the answers, then all of a sudden the questions change. So it's always a constant learning process. Trying to learn more about different people's surfaces, the problems they're having, and trying to gain more information to try to help them. It's a constant challenge, but I really enjoy it. Like I said, something I've been doing now for many years, and I still love it every day.
And it figures Steve Smith changes balls, gets a strike on the right lane, and then pulls it through the face on this next shot on the left lane.
Yeah, that's always the guarantee. You're a lock on the one lane, you can't hit the other lane, then you finally hit the other lane, and then bad shot on the lane you've been hitting the whole time. It's just typical.
So 9th frame for Smith here as he tries to convert the baby split. And that's one thing about one thing about the Kegel Training Center. You guys have the ability to kind of change the way things work here as far as the flatness of the lanes go. The how much the pins bounce around. You can make this a pretty high scoring place if you want to, can't you?
Yeah, I have no doubt in my mind if we decide to just hold a regular league here and just put up the normal house china that we could get quite a few honor scores in this place. But we do have the ability to change the levelness of all the lanes, and that's something we have experimented with over time. That tried to see when we put crowns out, we crown the front part and then you put depressions in the back, or if you do vice versa, or you put make the whole lane depressed all the way down into different degrees. How does it affect ball motion? And really one of the things we've really seen is really the truest ball motion actually is flat. Even though you can get a little more guidance, you can have gravity affect the ball in different ways through crowns and depressions and combining that with cross tilts. But really when it comes to true ball motion, we've just found flatter is better. So that's what we try to strive for here at the training center. Re-level the center. We check it every X amount of months just to make sure everything's still okay. And like I said, just try to maintain that.
How does that work? How does it set up?
It's actually done through the foundation is done through it's like a chain-driven where there's a bunch of chains and they're basically kind of secured underneath for the panels, and we're able to add tension that way through the chain tension to be able to change the shape of the lanes. And there's, I can't remember exactly how many spots, but it's pretty much about almost at every foot. There's
Wow.
so we can really do a pretty thorough job of changing the shape. And
It's all done manually, or
yeah,
is
it's all
it-
done manually.
Wow.
Yep. Yep. So it's kind of a slow process to go through and change the shape. But like I said, it's really pretty cool, and it's pretty amazing what some of the experiments that we've had and done, and how it changes ball motion by keeping the same pattern and just looking at how the shape changes. Because also with the surface here, I mean, the surface is fairly new. I mean, it's basically less than a year old, so it's also in very good shape. So we've definitely gained some pretty good data over the years, even with the old lane surface. We gained a lot of good data over the years to understand ball motion a little bit better, and we've definitely learned that despite what a lot of people may think, the oil pattern is really only it's a fairly small piece of the pie when it comes to the whole scoring equation in bowling. So like I said, it's there's so many other factors that go into scoring, such as like I said, pin carry, where the pin carry here is definitely a little better than most places you'll see, and like I said, how level the lanes are, and then you combine that with the bowlers that you're following, and who you're crossing with, and it's all they all have a a certain piece of that pie, and what percentage of that pie, that's always under argument for what percentage really affects the total scoring equation more so than others. But it's pretty fascinating.
And we're bowling on the Beijing pattern this morning, 35 feet, and you've bowled on the WTBA patterns a lot. Where does this one rank as far as difficulty level, do you think?
I actually find this one to be a little bit more on the easier side. Now here at for whatever reason, I mean, everything's pretty flat, but I said they're a little on the tighter side, and this pattern's got a little bit more volume compared to some of the other shorter patterns. So I think down the lane, some of the guys are trying to use a little more angle. It's being it's a little bit tighter, and with the volume, and also with the surface being a little bit lower friction, I think it's kind of creating a little bit of a challenge. I mean, the scores they're not bad by any means, but I can see we're crossing pairs, and especially you got some guys throwing, I see kind of a mixed bag of urethanes and resins out there. I think it's kind of a little bit of a cross mix of what's happening from some pairs going from one pair to the next. So I think that's what's kind of keeping scores a little bit more honest right now.
Steve Smith has taken a long time coming up with a plan for this fill ball. He spent a lot of time back with Coach Kim and changes balls again, it looks like. Here is the final shot of the game for Steve.
Going to Mission X, looks like. A little farther right. And
yep,
yeah.
210.
Yep.
So 178 for Steve Smith. And that'll put him at 570 for the first 3 games.
Okay.
Not exactly where he wanted to be after the first 3 games, I would guess.
No, definitely, especially with all these 6-game formats, you definitely want to get out to a good quick start. But it's 3 games left, and with the way some of the pairs are, I mean, you got Amleto here, looks like he's getting ready to shoot 276 here, so anything can definitely happen.
Well, there's 6 games today and then 6 more tomorrow.
Yep.
So
That's right.
yeah, total of 12 in the singles event, and then 12 more on Friday. Friday will be a long day, so everybody bowls 12 games in doubles, mixed doubles.
Yep.
Amleto with a strike for a shot in the 10th, so he can max out at 276 this game. The only blemish on the scoreboard for Amleto is the one where you jinxed him, John. He got left the rail in the 6th.
Yeah, the typical lane man hex. Yeah, it never fails. He's got the front 6. Yeah, where's he playing? Yeah, 2-8-10 instantly. Yeah, it's like, okay, yeah, I see how it goes.
In this case, Amleto didn't even hit the head pin on that shot, which is that's considering he's been smashing the pocket every other shot. Let's see if he can do it again here. Second shot in the 10th to get into the 270s.
He's lined up pretty good, that's for sure.
Yeah, 210. There it is. You called it.
Yep. Of course, we had to mention about how he was bowling, and that's here we go. So.
If you're going to split, that's not a terrible time to do
No.
it. Lose a little bit of pin count, but
yep.
it's not a killer, and he's bowled pretty good here so far this morning. It'll put him well over 700 for the first 3.
Yep. So
he had 438 coming in. So he'll be just over 700 with a doesn't get any, so he shoots 262. That'll put him exactly at 700. So.
All right. Milwaukee area code. Yeah, 262. Perfect.
And Victor Tatayashi with 214. Steve Smith 178. As we head back over to our other featured pair, Ronald Moorhead from the Virgin Islands 179. You know, if I lived in the Virgin Islands, I don't think I'd bowl very much. I'd probably take up sunbathing.
Yeah, a little body surfing or something there. Yeah, exactly.
Giancarlo Mantucci, 221, and Hector Caceres with 159 in the ninth, and can max out at 179 here in Game 3. And an open frame in the 10th. So Hector finishes with 168, and that'll take us to a break between games. So we will step away for a couple of minutes, but we'll be right back right after this here on Bowl TV.
Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Let's go, guys. Let's go. Let's go.
My teammates, we all were looking for another challenge to make our game a little bit better, and the Sport League was the first step in doing so. So we tried it. We found the flaws in our game, and you know, when you go on a house shot, you do pretty well, and you think you're a good bowler, and then you go in a tougher condition, and it really brings you back down to earth, and you know you have to work on some things.
How has the sport bowling experience helped you with tournament play and competitive play? Because when you get out somewhere where there's a different pattern, you feel like you probably have a little bit of advantage.
Sure, experience is the key. So, you know, having the sport, understanding that there are different patterns and different ways to play the pattern. Now, when you go to a tournament, if you're one-dimensional, you're finished. But if you have an idea of, oh, I can move here, change ball, rotation, all these other factors, now you have a little bit better arm to face that condition.
The United States Bowling Congress is shaping the future of bowling, helping kids learn the sport the right way, and awarding thousands of scholarships every year. USBC supports Special Olympics and America's Best when they go for the gold as the home and heart of Team USA. We're reaching for new heights in research, raising the bar with spectacular national tournaments, and have raised millions of dollars to help fight cancer and support veterans. Visit bowl.com to learn more.
Bowl TV has a new address. All of the video features, coaching tips, and live events you've been watching for years are still available on bowl.com, but now there's a new YouTube home for all things bowling. Bowl TV has its own channel, and it's so easy to find. YouTube.com/BowlTV. That's it. And you never know what you'll see. If you've previously been following us on the Grow the Sport channel, it will still be there, but very soon all new videos will only be available on the Bowl TV channel. So please take the time to subscribe today. That way you'll be among the first to know as soon as a new video is posted or a live event gets underway. There are big things happening on Bowl TV. Don't miss a minute. Click on subscribe and let the good times roll.
And we're ready to get started with our fourth game. Steve Smith of Team USA up on lane 10. Starts off with a strike. Sends the messenger across and back. Steve Smith 570 after 3 games. Lucas Wiseman along with Team USA member John Janowitz here at the Kegel Training Center as we are in the just past the halfway point of this men's squad and the PABCON Champion of Champions. John Janowitz has bowled this tournament a couple of times, and this is a unique event in international competition because there's a mixed doubles element. You don't see that too much in the world or American zone levels, and that's got to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, I tell you that's actually some of my favorite tournaments. I miss some of the mixed doubles events we used to have here in Florida because they were just so much fun bowling with the girls, and it's just a great time. So I really enjoyed the time I bowled with like I said, with Shannon and with Brenda the last couple times I bowled this tournament, and yeah, it's just a lot of fun. Like I said, because you don't see very many of those tournaments, and even nationwide anymore. You see very few mixed doubles tournaments, and I kind of wish there were more, frankly.
And so Steve Smith will team with Liz Johnson. Liz going to be on our women's squad coming up a little bit later on. The women, I think, scheduled to start at 1 o'clock.
Yeah,
if I'm not mistaken. There'll be a little bit of a break between squads as they will recondition the lanes.
Yeah, I think it's 9 to noon and 1 to 4, if I remember correctly. Yeah, 1 hour break in between.
Imagine it shouldn't take too long to oil 12 lanes
no.
here at the Kegel Training Center.
No, I think we got enough lane machines also for a backup just in case if something happens too. At least that's one of the other good things about being here is there's no shortage of backup machines, spare parts, and labor. So that will definitely not be a problem. As
there
far
won't
as
be any
staying on.
breakdowns here.
No, there will be no problems staying on with the schedule. So.
Laura Finegra texts me and says to tell you hello, and she says thanks for the extra pounds. So apparently you've delivered some cupcakes to her as well.
Yes. Oh, yeah. I made a little chocolate delivery to her about a couple weeks ago at the intercollegiate. So, that's good stuff there. So
it looks like
you're more than welcome, Laura.
Steve's off to a little bit better start this game. Starts with a double.
Yep. So. Yeah, it looks like kind of moved a little bit more right, a little ball switch, kind of a little more up the lane. I think that's probably a little better strategy. That was the only thing I was kind of watching earlier. It looked like, I think with his speed and reverie combo, I think probably using maybe a little too much angle to the front part of the lane and just it wasn't slowing down enough in the front, so it was hard to get pretty stable ball reaction down the lane. So I think it was kind of that combination where he had to probably soften his ball speed up if he was going to be in, or kind of do what he's doing right now, kind of go a little bit farther right and just try to jam it right up the lane.
Pretty strong men's field here in this tournament. I looked at the roster before I came, and I said, holy cow, it's probably one of the strongest fields I've seen for this
absolutely.
tournament.
Yeah, 3 exempt guys bowling in the field here. That's pretty good. And some other pretty fine players as well, too. So, yeah, it's definitely a very, very strong field.
Yeah, Amleto Monticelli and Andres Gomez, Dan McClellan. Jerry, I don't know John Perez, who's bowling for Puerto Rico, but Jerry was telling me he used to bowl on the tour and was a runner-up for Rookie of the Year.
Yep. He was one of the first years I came out to do lanes for tour when Kegel was involved, was still doing lanes on PBA Tour, was '98, and John Perez was on tour at that time, and he definitely gets a lot on the ball. So, yep.
And an update on the standings: Andres Gomez in the lead at 731. Amleto is second at 700. Ernesto Franco, another fine player in the American zone from Mexico, 680. Marcelo Swartz from Brazil, 661, along with Dan McClelland, also at 661. Manuel Fernandez of Dominican is 644. John Perez at 638. Victor Taktiashi from Peru in 8th place. Alberto Lozano from Costa Rica in 9th. Steve Smith all the way down in 11th place out of 18 bowlers for Team USA. So he needs to get on his horse here and get cracking. Started with a double so far this game.
Yeah, let's see where he's lined up here.
Yep, false start.
Yep.
That's always better to stop if something doesn't feel right, I would guess.
Absolutely. No sense of ever throwing a bad shot, like, especially considering performance like this, every shot counts. So,
especially working on a double, trying to get something going after the 178. You don't want to give something up because you don't have a good feel.
Absolutely.
That
Absolutely.
is a correctable problem.
Yep. It's always easier to just stop and then reset. Like I said, there's no sense of going through if you've already got those bad vibes in your head that something's not right. I'll just say pretty much 95% of the time you're not going to throw it very good. So and you can't get them back. So definitely.
I noticed that Steve has on his index finger, which I don't think you guys can see at home, but he's got like an insert on his index finger. What does that help him with?
It's pretty similar to kind of the same thing that I use, and basically what it is. Oh, yeah, there we go.
Lucky break there.
Yeah, there's some of that Kickle Training Center carry coming into play there. 3-6-10 off the wall, but basically I can't speak for Steve, but I know like for me what it does is it just kind of puts the weight of the ball, kind of shifts the weight of the ball a little bit closer toward a little bit more toward my ring finger, and for me it's just more of a comfort thing more than anything else, and also with the pressure of that grip on the index finger, I kind of have a little bit better feel of where my ball is in different points of the swing, in the backswing, and also then coming through at the bottom of the swing. I have a little bit better feel, so like that's more of what it is for me.
Hamletto finally gets a strike on this pair. He had an average first ball of 7 on this pair's the first couple of frames. And
I was kind of looking at the pair was a little bit tighter there by watching a few of the guys missing right there.
That's Ernesto Franco from Mexico. We mentioned him. He's right up there in the standings in 3rd place.
Yep. Very nice game. Very compact. Very very parallel lines to the fronts. Keeps the ball on line. Definitely, especially for a short pattern like this. Definitely a great way to play him. Definitely not going to get in much trouble.
Well, Steve got a lucky break in the 3rd when he carried that one that kind of went through the face, almost Brooklyn, and had the as John says, the Kegel carry. Helped him out. So opportunity for him to kind of build on that. You got to take advantage of those breaks.
Absolutely.
4th frame, front 3 for Steve Smith.
There we go. Oh, wow.
A 4-5-7. How did that happen?
I haven't. Wow.
The headpin obviously came back across in front of the 4-5, right?
That was unbelievable. Wow. It's like the 2-pin went straight back, and the headpin just went ricocheted off and came back right in front, and wow, the ball deflected. That was unbelievable. So
we have the opportunity to watch that again ourselves.
All right, sweet.
This is just for us, though.
Okay.
Let's see what happened here.
Wow.
That wasn't a terrible shot, it didn't look like.
Wow, no, it wasn't.
A little light,
wasn't. So didn't slow down quite enough in the back, and boy, just wow, that was something. Never seen a 4-5-7 like that before.
Yeah, let's see if we can somehow find a way to make it. This is not very easy
to
make. It's an open frame in the 4th. I think Kim's kind of looking at him saying, what was that? Now Steve's looking over here. He's like, what was that?
I don't know, man. What's that? We had the 5-pound head pin in there that just popped in or something. I don't know, man. That was weird. That was unbelievable.
That was a strange one.
Oof.
Hamletto. Let's see if Hamletto leaves the 4-5-7. Then we might be onto something here on this lane.
Nope.
The
4-5-7 there.
He carries it.
Oh, man.
He came up a little light, but it carried.
Wow, that was a wild one. I will admit, we see some pretty wild hits here. Usually they're not for the negative, but that was definitely for the negative there, though. Wow, that was unbelievable.
Kind of a heartbreaker too for Steve because he's trying to get something going, and that'll just kill your momentum in a hurry.
Just caught a good break, caught a 3-bagger, and then this, and just hopefully get back on the right track here. Yeah, it's turning into one of those blocks. So.
Yep. Our first look at Carlos Finks Jr. from Curacao. Another place I'd like to visit. I want to visit all the island countries.
Yeah, that's.
Go visit Gilbert Schneiders, who's our tournament director. He lives there.
Yeah, I heard it's beautiful. I think we actually built a bowl. We built a bowling center over in Curacao many years ago. So, yeah, the guys have told me it was beautiful.
Alberto Lozano from Costa Rica with the 6-pin. So we'll see if that 4-5-7 rattles Steve Smith at all here in the 5th. I would guess he'll regroup here, make a good shot.
That's a pretty good shot. There we go.
Yeah, that 5-pin just kind of teasing him there. Almost like it's mocking him.
Oh boy.
Ernesto Franco in the 6th. He was in 3rd place coming into this game. He's not had very many strikes this game. Only 1 strike through 5 frames. Oh, hello.
There we go. Backdoor 4-pin.
So, John, they had a sweeper here a couple of days ago in advance of this event, and I heard you bowled.
Yeah, I actually did bowl. Yeah.
And I heard you did okay.
Yeah, I bowled all right. Like I told people, you roll enough 2-pins here and you throw enough Brooklyns, you can score well too. It can happen to anybody.
Was it a 6-gamer or what was it?
Yeah, 6-game sweeper, yep.
On what pattern?
It was on the USBC Open Championship pattern in Baton Rouge.
So that would also be known as the John Janowitz pattern.
The funny part
you've had some success at the Open Championships in the past.
Yeah, I have had a little bit, and this year wasn't too bad. Ironically, I used the same ball and literally played in the same part of the lane. I mean, just like I did in Baton Rouge a few weeks ago, and my ball rolled the same too, and I had a pretty good look in the fresh there, and it had a pretty good look here too as well. So yeah, it's worked out pretty good.
Now Steve in the 6th. Let's see if he can get the 4-5-7 out this time.
Got a hook. Oh boy!
Wow! And now a light.
Yeah, the light 8-10. Yep.
2 went down late.
Yep.
There's some noise down there. Marcelo with the front 7.
Yeah.
Off to our left.
I wonder if he's still throwing the nitro. So.
Yeah, I saw some old equipment out here.
Oh yeah.
Bowling balls that are older than some of the competitors.
Oh yeah. There's no doubt. Yeah. Seen red U dots, black U dots. Yeah, nitros. There's some serious relics out there. Balls that are almost as old as me.
I would guess Amleto's might be the oldest player in the field. Pretty close.
Yeah. Just turned 50 not that long ago. Pulled his first couple senior stops this past weekend here in Florida.
And was just inducted into the USBC Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
Last week. Everybody loves Amleto, that's for sure.
Oh yeah.
Very likable guy.
Fierce competitor. Ball switcher Steve there.
Yep. Takes 1.
Line. Yep.
111 in the 6th for Steve, so he's still trying to find something.
Yep. Still trying to get dialed in.
I think you just can't quite get any momentum going.
That's it.
One lane's always giving him a problem, it seems like.
Yep, I tell you, I know that feeling too. I mean, it's just, just can't quite dial in, and you're seeing people strike around you, and it's just it's a rough feeling. But you just got to do the best you can to stay focused, and just stay focused at the task at hand, and just try to continue to keep trucking along here, and keep trying to experiment, keep trying to mix and match with angles and equipment and ball speed, and hopefully you'll hit on to something soon. It gets kind of challenging sometimes because the lanes are changing. You're changing pairs, and you think you finally got it, then you change pairs, and it's different, and it's tough to get out of that funk once in a while. But I'm sure Steve will.
Yeah, especially on these sport patterns.
Yeah,
it can be tough. So, and sometimes you just don't match up to a pattern very well.
Yep. Yep. I mean, ball roll is definitely, to me, that's everything, it seems like, in this day and age. I mean, if the ball roll isn't quite right, I mean, it just makes everything that much harder. You know, it makes the equipment not make as much sense. You know, combining that with the ball speed, I mean, it's really, you know, just trying to dial that in and fine-tune that is key.
Well, Steve is a great player, and he's got Kim here to help him out. So I would guess that even if he does not figure it out here in this block, the next time they bowl on Beijing, he'll have a better game plan and you know,
Absolutely.
change some surfaces, whatever he needs to do to get going. And they can change surfaces between games.
Yeah,
here.
yeah. That is the nice thing at the zone and world competition, is that ability to be able to change surfaces in between games. You know, like I said, it's, you know, if you not liking what you have, you know, because, you know, since they are limited to five bowling balls, if I remember correctly, that, you know, having that ability to be able to switch bowling balls is really definitely key.
Zano with a double, Costa Rican. By the way, Marcelo left a single pin in the 8th frame, so his string of strikes came to an end.
If you're good. He's got the front 7, the spare, and Dan McClellan shooting 270 on that pair as well. So yeah, we got a hot pair in 5 and 6.
Yeah, off to our left a little bit, and Steve Smith, another light shot. Leaves the 210, so that's three light hits in a row on that lane for Steve.
Yeah,
and I'm sure that he's making adjustments every frame.
Oh yeah. Switch balls there too. Still, you know, ball's still hanging down the lane a little bit. So, and Mileto's come up light a few times. So it seems like definitely, you know, by the way the guys before broke down the pair, actually played a little farther right in this pair. Probably threw some urethanes, a little tighter down the lane. I've seen Mileto miss light at least 3 times now. So,
hey, there's a spare.
There we go.
His first spare of the game.
Yeah.
He had nothing but splits.
Yeah.
Earlier on. Mileto 116 in the 6th frame. There's live scoring. You can find the link on bowl.com to the live scoring. Watching our live coverage of the PABCON Champion of Champions at the Kegel Training Center. Lucas Wiseman and Team USA member John Janowitz. Here's we're in game 4. Ernesto Franco with a strike for 4 in a row.
Yeah. Right in the hunt. Possible 248.
So the other pattern that's being used this week, which they'll see tomorrow, is Montreal, right?
Yes, correct.
And that's, what's the length on that one?
That's 41 feet. Yep, 41 feet, and I think it's right about the same amount of milliliters for total volume. So a couple of players were saying that that pattern seems to be here, definitely seems to be playing a little bit on the softer side in relation to the Beijing. So I'm assuming you'll probably see a little bit higher scoring, especially with the guys, a little bit longer length too. You know, they're able to play a little bit farther in, which, you know, for most of the guys, that's a little bit more in their wheelhouse as opposed to, you know, trying to really go a little bit straighter and end over end it in your 5. So yeah, definitely expect to see some bigger scores probably tomorrow, even though, like I said, scores are pretty good here today as well. Just a little sporadic from pair to pair, like I said, which, especially also in the first day, you know, some guys are still kind of experimenting with equipment and trying to dial in ball speeds and releases and whatnot. So it, you know, I'm sure that when they come back the second time, they'll have a little bit more clear game plans. And when that happens, you know, then the guys are a little bit closer together. They tend to break them down a little bit. You know, they tend to define that spot a little bit more down the lane as they break down, and then, you know, scores get higher. So.
Steve Smith lucky not to leave a split on that shot. Leaves the 4-pin standing. And he's going to have some work to do. The final couple of games today and the 6 games tomorrow.
Yep.
If he wants to medal in the singles, and you know, he's still got now he's outside of the top 8, which is the cut number for the singles masters. So he's got some work to do. I don't think that he'll have any problem making that top 8. I wouldn't think.
Yeah, I have.
You never know.
Yep. pretty firmly confident he'll definitely he'll get it going here pretty soon. But yeah, scores are starting to pick up a little bit more. So I mean,
yeah, Marcelo 278, Dan McClellan 256 this game.
Yep.
So while Steve's medal chances may be in jeopardy after today, certainly would have a great shot to make the top 8 for the singles masters.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
It seems like there's going to be a few people who are going to try to pull away here today on this pattern. But if scores are high tomorrow, then, you know, never know.
Yep, exactly. That's what I've, at least in the past, you know, a lot of these multi-pattern tournaments is usually the short one. Usually seems to be the one that seems to make or break people. You know, it's because it can usually it tends to be really high scoring where, you know, some guys just pull away, and or it tends to be really, really low to the point where, you know, just some people just fall off the map because they just, you know, have a hard time blending it out and trying to get some smooth shapes. So like I said, it's the mediums usually tend to be, you know, pretty even all the way around as far as, you know, for most of the guys. But yeah, it just seems like always the short ones are the ones that really seem to, you know, the ones that can hit them can definitely separate themselves drastically from the rest of the field.
Well, 10th frame coming up for Steve, and he can strike out for 200 even. He's gone light 3 times in a row on this lane.
That's closer. There we go.
Yeah, that's a better looking shot for
Got that
Steve.
ball to read a little bit sooner.
Never fails. You get the lane figured out in the final frame, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So you bowl here a lot, pair to pair. I would guess that they're pretty. There's not really any differences here, right? With the ability to change the.
Yeah, I mean, with the fact that with the fact that, you know, they leveled all the lanes before, re-leveled them before the tournament, and also, I mean, you know, not being a regular bowling center, you know, combined the fact that the lanes are only about a year old, and the fact that you know, not being a regular bowling center, it's not like we're getting, you know, 40 games per lane like, you know, a bunch of leagues like a lot of centers are. So yeah, like I said, the line is just relatively limited too. So I don't see any real major differences. You know, you see some slight differences here and there, you know, which could come from other things as well. But like I said, I don't see any real major differences crossing from pair to pair. I noticed the same thing.
Who you follow.
Exactly.
That's
more of it than anything else. Yeah, I noticed that the same thing in the sweeper. You know, on Monday night here, you know, like I said, you see a couple lanes, you know, be a little bit, you know, maybe one might be a little tighter down the lane, one might hook a little more up front, but, you know, that could be very well from, you know, people maybe trying balls in practice, trying some dull ones in practice, and then they bail out on it. So it can be a lot of different things.
So we're in the 10th frame of game 4 of 6. Then there'll be after the 6 games, there'll be a break, and the women will get started at about 1 p.m. Eastern Time. Liz Johnson will be on that squad for Team USA. That one thrown a little bit out the window there on the fill. 198 for Steve Smith. That'll put him at minus 32 for the first 4 games. So he's averaging 192 for the first 4 here in the opening block of singles. Final shot of this game for Lozano, and 203 for Alberto, and Amleto Monticelli can strike out for 226. It's funny because I've seen some of the youth bowlers for Venezuela, and it's amazing how some of them throw the ball or attempt to throw the ball just like Amleto, like they mimic his style.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's definitely not the most conventional, but he was definitely one of the. There's been a lot of, you know, people that have credited, you know, Mark Roth, Marshall Holman for power, and like I said, Amleto was definitely right up there as well, especially in the 80s. He was definitely one of the premier power players in the 80s with urethane, and one of the most successful by any means. So yeah, definitely not the most conventional style, but I mean, you know, the guy keeps himself in unbelievable condition. I mean, he's probably the most fit. He's the oldest guy in the field, and he's probably the most fit guy in the field as well. You know, his training regimen's pretty legendary, and like he still continues to run daily. So I mean, you know, that allows him to continue to, you know, ball at the high level that he does and still continue to throw the ball the way he does, even at the age of 50. He's just phenomenal athlete.
I know he runs a lot of miles a day. That's what I've heard.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's definitely not uncommon for him to run 3-5+ miles daily. So, like I said, he watches what he eats and just, like I said, true athlete.
And that's probably one of the reasons why he's had so much success in his career.
Yep. Yeah, it's no doubt between the the Hall of Fame and his fitness and his training and his dedication. There's no doubt of the correlations between the two.
So Imleto shoots .204, and we will take a quick break between games here, but be back in just a couple of minutes here live on Bowl TV.
Bowl TV has a new address. All of the video features, coaching tips, and live events you've been watching for years are still available on bowl.com, but now there's a new YouTube home for all things bowling. Bowl TV has its own channel, and it's so easy to find. YouTube.com/BowlTV. That's it. And you never know what you'll see. If you've previously been following us on the Grow the Sport channel, it will still be there, but very soon all new videos will only be available on the Bowl TV channel. So please take the time to subscribe today. That way you'll be among the first to know as soon as a new video is posted or a live event gets underway. There are big things happening on Bowl TV. Don't miss a minute. Click on subscribe and let the good times roll.
The United States Bowling Congress is shaping the future of bowling, helping kids learn the sport the right way, and awarding thousands of scholarships every year. USBC supports Special Olympics and America's Best when they go for the gold as the home and heart of Team USA. We're reaching for new heights in research, raising the bar with spectacular national tournaments, and have raised millions of dollars to help fight cancer and support veterans. Visit bowl.com to learn more.
You really have to hone in on a specific spot and be accurate time after time. It's also very valuable in working with the high school kids that we do and coaching them, trying to get them to be a lot more accurate. So learning to read the lanes, what your ball is doing and what a ball can do is what I'm really trying to work on and really trying to learn.
What would you say to someone who's considering going out and trying sport condition? I mean, it can be frustrating at first.
It can be very frustrating, but it's one of those things, if you want to get better and you really want to see what potential you have, it's a great thing to do. I encourage a lot of people to go out there. Actually have my daughters bowling on sport patterns just to get away from house patterns. It does expose pieces in your game, and you miss a board right, board left, and you pay for it. So, working on that accuracy is really valuable.
Game 5 now underway. Ernesto Franco, Manuel Fernandez, Carlos Sphinx Jr. on lanes 9 and 10. And on lanes 11 and 12, Jason Oder, Ruben Salenhammer, and Alberto Lozano on our featured pairs. So we're joined now by Del Warren, who is the assistant tournament director this week, but more importantly, the vice president of the Kegel Training Center. Hi, Del. How are you today?
Great, Lucas. It's great to have everybody here at the training center, and already the competition is pretty fierce. A lot of talent on the lanes, and I'm a big fan of this kind of stuff. We love to watch them when you get all these countries in here and all the talent. It's a lot of fun to watch.
And Del, you, of course, you're here every day, so you are very familiar with the lanes here at the Kegel Training Center and all these WTBA patterns. Things going kind of how you expected them from a scoring standpoint?
Yeah, I think so. We really got the training center in shape before everybody got here. We made a lot of upgrades, and we every 6 months we reflatten the lane, so we wanted to make sure that the pairs were as close as they could be for the players, and we installed new pins as well for the tournament, and so everything so far is going about what I expected. Knock on wood.
And after 4 games, the scoring is updated very quickly, which we appreciate, of course, so kudos to Del and the staff here for making that happen. Andres Gomez in the lead, 9:51. And Marcelo is second, Marcelo Swartz at 9:39. Dan McClellan third, 9:17. And Leto is fourth at 9:04. So that's the top 4 here after 4 games. As we watch Manino from Dominican.
It's quite interesting how the players are attacking them. There's some guys throwing urethane out on the corner, and you have Amleto playing in and kind of soft wheeling it.
Yeah, we watched Steve Smith Bowl on our featured pairs the last couple of games from Team USA, only in 11th place after 4 games, but I have a feeling he'll turn things around and get into that top 8.
As you know, that's what's interesting about when you're playing on short. If you're just off beat a little bit and you're not quite matched up, you're not comfortable, it's pretty easy to shoot 180. But you know, the flip side of that is once you get the look and you get comfortable, you can rattle off some pretty big scores quickly, especially in our building.
Yeah, you guys have some interesting carry that happens here for sure. Even I've bowled here before a couple of times, and even I can throw pins around in this place sometimes.
Yeah, it's you know, it's just amazing that when things are really tight and the installation is solid and things don't move around a lot back there, and it's just amazing how it changes everything, really. You leave less splits. The 2-pin really doesn't have much of a chance.
Yeah. But at the same time, you guys have the ability to make them super easy here, but I would guess you have the ability to make them super hard as well.
Yeah, we have some
being able to change those.
Yeah, we've done that, and it's very easy to see what shows up in a lot of centers that we go in, and especially now in college bowling, we bowl all over the country, and it's pretty easy to simulate just about anything you want to see, and at the same time. We've come up with some pretty crazy patterns that are, you know, so it feels, especially on the fresh, next to impossible.
Like a 50-foot pattern or something like that, 55?
Actually, 37 feet, according to the tech reps here. 38 feet is the foot length where it kind of just the length itself makes it a little difficult because you can't play the gutter really, and there's not enough hold that when you get in that the ball's going to push back. And we have a pattern called Pure Evil that the kids practice on from time to time. I tend to avoid that practice session at all costs.
Yeah, I bet. And one thing to mention is that Weber International trains here, and you're the men's coach, and you guys had a pretty successful collegiate nationals, to say the least.
Yeah,
on the sweep.
Kind of a dream come true. Certainly, a lot of credit goes out to a lot of people that helped the team along the way. The kids really, especially the last 10 weeks or so, really pulled together and really worked hard on every aspect of their game. We made a lot of equipment changes and grip changes and setup changes, and And of course, the talent in college bowling is unprecedented, and the women bowled excellent throughout the tournament, and the men had one foot in the grave a few times, and they just pulled it out. So it's everybody's still kind of floating on cloud nine right now.
I bet. That's and I'm sure you guys are looking forward to the TV shows that are coming up in a couple of weeks. You guys will be on a week from Friday, I believe, with the women.
I think we're gonna have a pizza party, and we got the big screen TV here at the training center, and we'll celebrate, and it'll be fun. And as you know, when you're on television, I'm interested to see what it looked like from a spectator standpoint.
Mm-hmm.
And we were in the huddle most of the time and having a good time, and it's so tense. It's everything that you worked up for the whole season that you don't really get a chance to enjoy the moment because you don't want to miss anything. So I'm looking forward to relaxing and having a pepperoni sausage pizza and kind of chilling out with the kids.
It should be fun, and that will air on CBS Sports Network. The women's team show is a week from Friday, so May 18th, and the men's team show May 25th on CBS Sports Network. Coming up this Friday, the men's single show will be on, so be sure to check your local listings for that. So we are in about the halfway point of Game 5. Things going pretty much on schedule, if not maybe even just a little bit ahead of schedule at this stage, I would say.
Yep.
So the women won't have any problem getting started at 1 p.m. when they're supposed to get started.
Yeah, I checked with Gilbert Snyder's the tournament director, and he said everything's actually slightly ahead of schedule. So we have several technicians on the machines in the fronts and the back to make sure that there's been a few calls here and there that we're on top of it immediately, and therefore we're not going to inconvenience the players in any way.
Yeah, no breakdown pair. It's actually worked out perfect having 18 countries. I don't think you could have asked for it to be any better.
Yeah, we got a little lucky there. Of course, the breakdown pair is out in the parking lot. We don't like to use that pair.
I don't think that we'll have any issues with that, though. I imagine you guys keep things pretty spick and span back there. So.
Yeah, the Big John Davis is a real stickler for making sure that we do the daily maintenance and the machines are properly maintained. And
again, we're at the Kegel Training Center in the middle of some farmland out here in rural Florida and Lake Wales. It's kind of out here. How did it come to be that Kegel was put here in Lake Wales?
Well, John actually started with him as the mechanic when he moved from St. Joe, Missouri to Sebring, and he was the mechanic there. And then eventually he bought the bowling center.
That's right, because it used to be in Sebring. The training center did.
And so from there, he got the idea to start a business. There was at the time. They just started to have lane maintenance problems. Technology in bowling balls started changing, and oil started changing. And John's kind of a problem solver, and he developed the first product for Kegel, which was the key. And from there, he just started looking at how lane oil was put on the lane and how it's cleaned off. And from there, he started a small business, and then the training center concept soon followed. And he had 8 lanes, took his 32-lane center, made it a 16, and took 8 of those lanes and made it the first training center. And from there, as the business grew, he ran out of room, actually, and was negotiating with the counties on having a building. And with that, I believe Richard Shockley helped him develop the concept of actually building the first training center, that was just specifically designed for research. And the county here, I believe, enticed him to move up 25 minutes north. And kind of there you have it. And we've been here now about 10 years.
Is that bowling center in Sebring still there?
It is. It's still there. It's 16 lanes, and we still use some of the facility for warehousing. And Kegel recently got in the parts business, so we did a lot of research up there. And now we actually bought the building next door to us for that business.
Oh, okay.
And so,
we're a growing community here at Kegel.
Yeah. So we actually still have quite a few of the employees that live up in Sebring.
Oh, okay.
And bowl in that center. And that center is run by Jack Kordusky,
Still owned by John Davis?
Actually, Jack is the new owner.
Okay.
Yeah. So he lets us, use the facility to still warehouse some stuff, and then still obviously a lot of close ties to the building. I believe some of the Davises still work there, and so yeah, it is. We do have a mall. It's right up the road.
Yeah,
pretty big mall. Some movie theaters and some restaurants. So it's.
It's not quite in the middle of nowhere, but
no,
it's a little bit of a drive.
It feels like that. It's a lot of country road and ponds and alligators. Quite a few alligators.
We're in the sixth frame here of Game 5. Menino up on that left lane with a strike in the sixth. And Aruba, another one of the countries I want to visit. Got a list I'm starting. We've got Virgin Islands, Aruba, and Curacao so far.
It's really awesome, and to see, especially this young lady here from Aruba. I'm very, very impressed with. They have one bowling center in their country, and she has an awesome junior program, an awesome development program with one bowling center, and so.
And you guys actually have a bowler on Weber women's team from Aruba.
Yes, Camilla Dahmers is a freshman, and she was on the winning team. And what an athlete! And every year it seems like we get somebody comes in the second semester and changes the chemistry of the team. And I told her I give her credit for really elevating the women's team quite a bit because she's in the gym 5 days a week. She watches her diet. She looks and her attitude is like a world-class athlete, and it really, to me, it changed the chemistry of that team for the better. And it's gotten some of the girls to really like working out in the gym and looking forward to it. And today's game has changed so much; it's very demanding on the body. Ball speeds and rev rates are higher, angles are more severe, and because of that, the body positions today have a lot more angle to it, and so it's very important to be in shape.
Watching our live coverage here of the PABCON Champion of Champions at the Kegel Training Center, Lucas Wiseman, and joined by our guest this game, Del Warren. Ernesto Franco is bowling another good game here. He's got 5 in a row after starting with a split in the first. This is the 7th frame.
Yeah, it's real interesting. You can see a lot of players. 5 years ago, you had what I call specialists, and if they bowled good on the short, they did not bowl good on the medium or long, and they really had a pattern length or shape that they could not bowl well on. But because of coaching and information that's out there, you see a lot of players that have become a lot more diverse, a lot better on a wider range of pattern lengths and shapes, and it's good to see.
Yeah, you have to find a way to be versatile if you want to find success, especially with 2 different patterns that they're bowling on. If you just were bowling on one pattern, it would be one thing, but you've got to be able to get matched up on the 35-foot Beijing pattern, which is what we've got now, and then the 41-foot Montreal will be tomorrow, correct?
Yeah, and I think the scoring is going to be quite different. I know in terms of equipment and strategies, they're going to be much different hand positions, much different launch angles, and probably a lot different in terms of your surface sequence on what you're going to do and your mindset. So you're seeing a lot better coached athletes today, even in the smaller countries. There's quite a few training centers out there right now, including our training center in Europe, in the Netherlands, and you have 2 in Detroit now, and of course USBC Arlington, 1 or 2 other ones in Europe, and just that it's elevated the coaching and the information. It's nice to see that even at a recreational level, which some of these players, they're one of 500 bowlers in their entire country. Mm-hmm. They work full time, so to them it's a very serious hobby, and they don't get a chance to train as much as some of the athletes that just do it by that's what they do, like a Dan McClellan or an Amuleto Monticelli. So you can just see that coaching and information has made a huge impact worldwide.
How were the patterns selected for the tournament this week? Who's the technical delegate? Is there?
Well, I believe the technical delegate and my mind just went blank, from Panama, Eric Lanuza.
Okay.
Is the one running the show for anything, as I say, as soon as you step on the approach, anything that has to do with the approaches or the lane condition, and he's being aided by Mike Purdy from Kegel. But I believe the technical delegate, as well as the Jose Guandiki, president of PABCON, and their committee decided what it was going to be for this event. And I think it's going to be very challenging in both ends. You got to play different angles, and you got to throw it completely different on the Montreal pattern than you do right now. So I think whoever wins the overalls championship, especially what I really like is that this is going to be a mixed doubles event as well. To see the women bowl on both patterns with the men, it's going to be pretty cool.
Yeah, JJ and I were talking about that a little bit earlier today. There aren't many events where they have mixed doubles anymore, so it'll be interesting to see.
And you're seeing that same effect, Lucas, with the women. A lot of women today have a lot more hand. It's no longer where they all have to wear a wrist guard or they can only play 10. With the help of bowling balls and better coaching and certainly better athletes, you're seeing, Camilla Dahmers is, when she came in her first day of practice, she was throwing at 19-3 off her hand with about 350 on it. And, Marcelo over here on lane 8 was, I said, Marcelo, your average ball speed is about 18.2, right?
So she's throwing it
she's throwing a mile an hour harder than he was with the same weight weight ball. So again, it goes down to information and coaching and changing, how the game is taught, because the environment's completely changed, and it's actually very fun. It's a lot of fun to watch.
Marcelo bowling another good game here. Spare 8-bagger for Swartz. Of course, Marcelo very familiar with this place because he's a member of the Weber international team. So he has bowled a lot of games in this training center, I'm sure.
You never find anyone that works harder than Marcelo on every aspect of his game. And what's really nice is his mom and dad are here.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, and it's one of the first international events they've ever got to see him bowl. And they came in for his graduation. He graduated and got his degree, and I think his GPA was 3.3. So he's along with a great athlete. And everybody loves Marcelo. He's got a great personality. Smart guy. He
is, and I'm sure that you guys will miss him on the Weber team next year, huh?
Beyond belief.
Yeah.
And
you guys lost quite a few bowlers from the winning
team. We had 13 graduates.
Yeah.
And so we have quite a talented crew of recruits coming in. And a lot of them we have coached before in our camps, and seen them through high school bowling and junior gold and teen masters and all the wonderful junior events that's out there. And so it's going to be interesting. The sophomores and juniors are going to step up, but we'll miss them more importantly. It's our first graduating class, and so you get really you spend hundreds of hours on the lanes with these kids and you get to know everything about them, and that's what we're going to miss most.
Any big names coming in for that we might know, recruit-wise, for Weber? Or it's still too early to talk about?
Too early to talk about. What I've learned about recruiting, we have a lot of people that have committed to come, and some people that we're excited about everyone, no matter what their talent level is or experience, just because it's really fun to see people come here and train, and they get excited about working out, And,
yeah.
But what I have learned here recently as I've gotten into the recruiting part of college bowling is you really, until that first day of class happens, and as the president says, until they're there present for the first day of class, you just don't know.
Yeah.
So we're hoping for the best, and if anybody's listening out there that we've talked to, we're looking forward to having you. And if you're thinking about coming, we're really this is just a testament to our building and how we're committed to bowling. And I'm a big fan this week, Lucas. We don't get a chance to do this a whole lot. So to watch, some of the best players in the world right here in our backyard, and I'm working obviously, but I'm also just being a fan.
You guys have hosted other events here. You had the World Ranking Masters here.
3 times.
Yeah.
3 times.
It's been a few years. I think that event doesn't exist anymore, but
yep. We had it 03, 05, and 07.
Yeah.
And Diana Zavulova from Latvia, who bowls for Weber, she bowled in one of those events as a 16-year-old. And so, yeah, we had the King of Bowling here in the Women's Series Showdown. And,
oh, yeah, that's right.
At back-to-back days. So I was getting autographs just like everybody else, you know. It's fun.
I'm sure some were getting autographs from you as well, because you have had some success in your past bowling endeavors, correct?
Yeah, won a couple of PBA titles, and back when there was black and white television, and won 10 regional titles, and grew up at a time in an era that was pretty cool. There was a lot of bowling, especially on the tour, but it's really kind of changed, and I think when the PBA tour becomes more popular and there's more money, and I think because back when I bowled juniors, the college bowling and Team USA didn't get nearly the exposure or wasn't as important as it is today and popular. And I'll tell you, college bowling is the best thing I've ever been involved in, personally, and that includes bowling on the tour. It's just there's so many things that are positive about college bowling.
I've seen you out there. You get pretty pumped up. Sometimes you get more pumped up than the players when you're coaching the college team.
You can't help it. And my good friend Ruben Garagosian, he pointed out really well. He says, when you come from a competitive background like Randy Stoughton and I do, especially back in the day on the tour, you're competing as well. You know, and you're strategizing against the other coach as they're moving, breaking the lane down a certain way, and you're watching how he's rotating their players in and out, and how it affects your lane play, and and the coaches out there are outstanding, and players are outstanding. So we've got to raise the bar next year, because I know that a lot of our friends out there in other programs are going to do the same thing. So yeah, I'm not one of those stoic guys that sit back with a clipboard, and that's just not me.
Marcelo, 290. It's the highest game we've seen so far today. You can see Amleto running it out off to our left.
And I'm just very happy that his parents are here to see this, and his brother. Brazil is not exactly around the corner.
Yeah, exactly. It's a little bit of a travel for his folks to make it here. And I think that 290 should put Marcelo in the lead. Marcelo, 278, 290 the last 2 games.
Yeah, just these players, they just continue to try to grind, try to dial it in. Cleaner. Just to continue to try to dial it in, and as they dial it in, they get more and more comfortable, and as they get comfortable, they get confident.
236 for Ernesto Franco here on our featured pair. Manino Fernandez can strike out for 238.
Talk about talent. This young man on lane 9 is, we talk about, as coaches, we talk about the it. This kid's got the it.
And Carlos Finks Jr. with the spare 172, his max as we wrap up game number 5. One more game to go here today. You need to step out, Dell?
Yeah, I've got a little job to do.
Thanks for
Lucas, thanks for having me.
Yep, we'll have you on again later today or maybe tomorrow.
Okay, folks,
right.
Enjoy the tournament.
Thanks, Dell. Dell Warren, who's assistant tournament director here this week and vice president of the Kegel Training Center, joining us this game as we watch the final shots here. Fernandez, 238. And the final ball for Carlos Finks is a strike for 172. So we will wait for the next game to get underway. Shouldn't be long. Should be getting started in just a moment. And we're back with the start of our final game of this men's squad here at the PABCON Champion of Champions. And joining us now are in our hot seat, Almi Guerra from the Dominican Republic. Good morning, Almi.
Good morning, Lucas. It's nice to be here, finally. The hotel connection didn't help us girls, and we couldn't really watch the streaming over there. So I'm happy to be here, watch my teammate bowl and everybody else. Good morning to everybody out there. Buenos días a los amigos de habla hispana.
Good morning to all her friends that speak Spanish.
Hey, Lucas!
Said, right?
You're learning.
I'm learning, yeah.
How's your ferrocarril coming?
Ferrocarril?
Yes, there is.
Yep. There's Manino. He's pointing at somebody trying to... he wants Craig.
Yeah.
Craig taking a little break. Craig Woodhouse, the coach of the Dominican. Nice to see Craig here, of course. And Almi is a two-time World Cup champion, and she's going to be bowling on the women's squad coming up this afternoon. I heard from Deandra and a number of other people who were in South Africa at the World Cup that they have never seen somebody so determined to win a tournament as you were at the World Cup this past year.
You know, winning the World Cup in 2010 was an awesome experience, and to have a chance to do it twice, I guess it was quite the motivation for me. So that's what that was about.
And you went in there and you got the job done.
Yeah,
and, you beat Deandra in the finals.
Yeah, it was incredible. You know, it's a great tournament, but in the end, it's just about that final match, and it was a struggle. You know, Deandra is a great player, like you saw last week at the Queens. She was incredible there. So for me, it was just incredible. It was an incredible experience. As we watch the bowlers here, Lucas.
Yeah, Andres Gomez is up on the right lane on lane number 12. Andres with a strike. I'm glad you're here. You can help me with all of the Spanish names that I've been messing up all day.
Well, you know, in front of us we only have one, which is Andres Herrera.
Yeah, I was pretty close.
Pretty close. You're good.
Yeah.
You even have some Japanese names
yes,
this week.
the Peruvians. Yeah.
You're on your own there.
Yeah, those are, I'm not too bad with the Japanese names. Those are pretty easy.
Oh, not for me. What do you think about the pattern, Lucas? Where the girls and I were like back at the hotel trying to figure out. We were watching the streaming or trying to watch, and it looked like the guys were struggling a bit on the fresh. What do you think?
Yeah, some of them have managed to struggle the entire block actually. Steve Smith is one of them. He shot 223 last game, but he's now in. It doesn't have the positions on there, but let's see. Steve's in 10th place right now. Yeah. Overall, and you would guess that he would be a little higher than that. So, it feels like if you can't get matched up, then you're in some trouble and you're going to shoot 190 every game.
Yeah, I had my issues yesterday during the official practice session, and I could see that it was going to be a bit of a grind for some people, this pattern. It's an interesting short pattern, I would say.
Yeah, there was a wide variety of bowling balls being used this morning as well, from the
from urethane
to aggressive stuff.
Yes. Well, I think whatever works.
Yeah, and so the lanes have broken down a little strangely pair to pair. I think we watch Amleto shoot 270 on 11 and 12. He comes to 9 and 10, and along with Steve Smith, and they can't hit the pocket. They go light every time because it's
an interesting cross.
Yeah. But the good thing is that it's fair because you bowl in every pair in the house.
Yeah, it's perfect because there's 12 lanes, 6 games. Everybody gets the same thing.
Yeah, there's 6 games, 12 lanes. 18 bowlers for the men and 17 for the women. So it's all very very even.
Well, for me it's incredible. In the last 2-3 weeks, I've been in the most incredibly high-tech training centers in the world. Last 2 weeks we were over in Dallas. We got to watch the finals at the ITRC, and now this week we're here in Kegel. For somebody like me, it's just incredible to get to bowl in this sort of installations facilities. This is one of the greatest places, as well as the ITRC, I think.
Yeah, I know you bowled the Queens. Yeah. Probably not terribly happy with your performance there, but did you go back to the Dominican after that?
Yes, I did. I went back and did some training. Craig and I actually managed to present a course, a little bit of a bronze level sort of thing for the Dominican people there, which was kind of nice to deal with all that material. I had a lot of information in my head before coming here, so I hope that I can forget about all that and just bowl.
Is Craig Woodhouse, of course, is he back in the Dominican now, or just kind of coaching occasionally?
Sporadically,
yeah.
yes. We're in transition right now. Craig used to be there almost full time, and now we're just getting him, before tournaments at times. Him and I are still trying to work together, and, we're trying to help out the countries in South America that have technical, questions, you would say, because I can speak the language and I can pretty much translate from the bowler's point of view, which helps a lot,
And Craig's Spanish is terrible, so he needs some help.
He would need to be bleeped when he speaks Spanish. That's all he knows.
That's funny.
There's Manino.
Yeah.
That was a bad shot. That's what I see, Lucas. If you don't pure your shot here, it's just not going to strike.
Yeah, they do seem pretty difficult, although some players are having no problem at all. I mean, Marcelo for 5 games at, plus 229, so, he's not having any problems.
But in this field, and it's the guys, and you see their 11th place is about even. For me, that's like, wow, the scores are not, there's always 6 guys that are going to whack it, is what I think. But when you go down the list and you see the scores being low, it tells you that it's a demanding pattern. I think.
We've got 8 guys who are even or better.
Yes.
The positions are a little off on the left side. But yeah, so 8th place is 1,002, so +2. And Steve Smith, I know we've got a lot of Team USA fans out there. He's in 10th place at 991.
Well, for the fans watching, and Steve Smith, and you know how good a bowler he is, to watch him throw this course, it lets you know that it is a tricky pattern. It's about, making the right moves, taking the right ball, and figuring things out in time.
Argentina, Ruben Salenhammer. That's how I would say it, but I'm sure that's not correct.
Well, actually, that's not a Spanish last name.
Oh, that's true.
So I'll leave that one to you.
Andres Herrera, close enough.
Yeah, that's pretty good, actually, Lucas. You're learning
Got to
to
roll that double R.
R's. Yeah, ferrocarril. You can practice
that's right.
with that.
Got to practice the rolling those R's. Shannon O'Keefe is watching, and she says, hi, please tell Almi she's really good on the live stream, and good luck today.
Thank you, Shannon. I've heard you on the live streaming, so coming from you, I really appreciate that comment. I can do it in Spanish, too, so I got one up on Lucas.
Yeah, I can say a few words in Spanish.
Yeah, I know. You're pretty good, Lucas. Don't sell yourself short here.
I haven't had any practice lately, so I haven't been to any Spanish-speaking countries.
Well, if you want to yap back at the hotel later, I'm your gal.
Yeah, I went to the Dominican last year, and was able to practice
Sammy
a little
Sosa
bit.
steak.
That's
I
right.
still hear about that.
That's right. The Sammy Sosa steak at the bowling center.
Yeah.
But my next trip to the Dominican will be for vacation, I think, one of these days.
I've told you.
Go to Punta Cana or something.
I can set you up. Wherever you want to go.
Yeah, I think Danielle and I are kind of thinking about where we want to go for a vacation next time. So maybe
if you'd
maybe the Dominican
decision,
will be on the short list. We'll
let
have to
me
think
know.
about it.
Think about it, and I'll help you out.
Marcelo strike spare to start this game. He shot 290 the last game.
Huge
Shot 278 the game before that. So he's been on fire the last couple of games.
Well, when you watch Marcelo, I think, and you look at his hand and his roll, it's so end over end. I think that helps him stay out of trouble more than perhaps somebody like my teammate over here, Manino, who's a bit more wild.
Yeah.
So not to say that Marcelo's not bowling incredible. I just watched that 290 game, but his role, I think, helps him a little bit to stay out of trouble and see the things that people like Steve Smith and, let's say, Amleto Monacelli are looking at,
Steve Smith with the front 5 this game, so he's trying to make a little bit of a push here in the final game of the day.
He'll need it. It's a 12-game singles competition, so
which is better than most of the other World and PABCON events because you only get 6
I know.
a lot of times. So
Too
12
fast.
is 12 is a little bit of a treat, I think.
I think the more games you bowl, the more the best bowlers rise to the top. If it's short, anything could happen. So I like the 12 gamers.
The women will be coming up at about 1 o'clock, so about an hour and 20 minutes from now. The women's 6 games will begin, and Almi will be among those on the squad.
A really good field here.
Yeah,
Lucas.
Liz Johnson.
Liz Johnson. I mean, you got Liz, you got Azeret from Mexico,
Yeah.
Karen from Venezuela,
Yeah.
Paola from Colombia. Really
Yeah.
good field.
The men's field is really strong too. So
Yeah.
I was real impressed when I looked at the roster for this week and saw all of the great players who are competing, because you never know what you're going to get sometimes in the PABCON tournaments.
Some people, I mean, I don't know why. I think that there's not so much consistency with the selection process, and there are some countries missing, which I think is
Yeah.
a shame, because this is a very good event for Latin America to try and take a part of. It's just one bowler on each side,
Right.
so it's
Not
you
an
know,
expensive event,
not so
you wouldn't think, but
expensive.
some of the countries don't have any
funding.
Any
help.
funding. Yeah, I'm surprised that that Chile is not here. You know, that kinda
Chile,
surprises
Panama.
me. Panama.
I heard from Panama that they couldn't make it, and it's
Yeah.
really a shame. But you know, South America. I mean, we go through this all the time. We have
Right.
issues getting funding. We are looking to get more respect from the Olympic committees, and without that, it's really hard to make it to these sort of events.
Here's a look at Andres Gomez. His
Ooh.
sister Paola will be bowling a little bit later. Oh, she's sitting back there now. Let's see.
Paola and I had a rough time back at ULIS in
Oh
Dallas.
yeah, you guys both struggled.
We
huh?
both
You
struggled,
were
both
done before I
missed.
even made it to the
yeah,
tournament.
I know. I saw you, and I was already done. What a shame. But me and Paola just missed the cut by
Just a
a couple
few
marks,
pins,
just
huh?
a few pins.
Yeah.
But you know.
There's always the U.S. Women's Open this summer. I'm sure you'll be going
I
to
will
that,
be
right?
there. Already talked to Stephanie Nation to help me out.
Yeah, that'll be coming up in June, and we'll have
Yes.
live streaming of that as well.
I enjoy bowling at the National Stadium. I think anybody
Yeah.
who's a bowler should try and make the effort to get there. It's quite an impressive place.
Yeah, it's pretty cool, and it's real easy, especially for international players, because you just take the shuttle from the airport
I
right
know.
downtown, and then you don't have to go
I
anywhere.
tell my girls in Latin America, it's a good trip. You just take the shuttle, you get to the hotel, you cross the street with your bowling balls. If you can get some help, it'd be easier. But it's a good that way, because you don't need all this transportation
Right.
and all this stuff.
I think that's the biggest problem for a lot of international players. I know it's a big problem for me when I go to another country is how am I going to get around? Because I'm not
Yeah.
going to drive. I'm not going to get a car, you know.
Yeah, it's really expensive, and if you're here in Florida, for example, we are being very well taken care of. I should say thank you to the KEGO organizers. The shuttles are going back and forth, and they're being really nice about where you want to go. We'll take you, no problem. But you're in Florida and you don't have a car, so
Yeah.
it's quite interesting if you get hungry and it's raining outside. What you're gonna do? So you know, a consideration, transportation.
Well, at least the hotel is close to the mall here.
Oh, that's
across the
always
street,
great.
So that's nice.
That's always great.
Steve Smith left a single pin in the 6th, so front 5-9 spare for Steve Smith this game.
He could go 279 and go 70 something over, 70
Yeah,
over perhaps.
pretty
That's
70 over for
that's
the.
pretty good
Yeah,
for-
he would
for-
take that. I'm pretty sure.
Oh yeah.
If he could finish with 270.
And as we see here, Andres seems to be struggling, so you know,
Yeah.
things might even out a little bit here.
Yeah, Marcelo is in the lead, and Andre's second. Dan McClelland is third, Ernesto Franco fourth, and Amleto fifth, Menino in sixth place. So I don't think that anybody would be surprised by the players who are at the top of the standings.
No, I think it looks pretty
only-
logical.
Yeah, the only one that you might wonder is Steve Smith. He's down in 10th place, but he'll make up some
coming
ground
up
tomorrow.
in a bit.
Yeah, and he could make up a lot of ground this game.
Well, I think it's a treat that you get to bowl on the short pattern first, because it's the most, I think it's the more difficult pattern that from what we saw yesterday on the practice session. So you kind of get that out of the way, you know, and tomorrow is just about hitting your target, I think. I think the medium pattern is going to be more forgiving for everybody.
A little more higher scoring
Higher
tomorrow.
scoring, yes. I could see in practice, especially with the girls, because I'm usually a bit more left than everybody, that everybody just picked their bowl and picked their favorite spot on the lane to bowl and kind of went for it. And, you know, we'll see what that does to the breakdown, but it looked like everybody's looked very comfortable yesterday. Wherever they were bowling, it didn't matter.
One unique thing about the Champion of Champions tournament is the mixed doubles, and there aren't very many tournaments where you can bowl mixed, especially in this level. So you've got to be looking forward to that, right? You got Menino, that'll be a lot of fun.
I love bowling with Menino. I mean, you look at us, we kind of have great chemistry, and it's true, you don't get to bowl mixed doubles a lot. And for us, considering that we don't really have a big women's team or a big men's team, it's great to have the opportunity to compete in mixed doubles, and I think it makes it interesting because the breakdown is you know, this is going to be one thing, singles, and then when you get to the doubles part of the event, you got to stay on top of the moves. For me, as a woman, when I bowl with men, I'm usually, you know, a step behind the move, and you got to, you know, keep your eyes open, especially if you're bowling with Manino.
Here's Manino.
Yes, Manino.
Yeah, 3 in a row.
He's bowled very well today, I think. I looked at his scores. He was 2-0, 2-0 first 2 games, which looked to be kind of like a wild kind of game. So
yeah, and 240, 2-0, 230.
yeah,
So
consistency from Manino in a hard pattern. I like to see that.
Why do you call him Manino?
Well, Manino is like his little nickname since he was a little kid, and I think nobody calls him Manuel.
Yeah.
There's actually a restaurant in that Sammy Sosa steak, Manino's restaurant.
Yeah.
So it's like a, you know, charming kind of thing. Plus, he is a Manino. He's not a Manuel.
You guys always have little nicknames in
Yeah.
Spanish for.
Well, you know, Almi is not my name,
No.
Lucas. No.
Yeah.
I'll tell you that when we're off air, so you can practice your pronunciation.
Oh boy.
Yes.
I probably need a lot of practice on that one, huh?
Uh-huh.
Marcelo.
Wow.
7 pin.
That was a good shot.
He's kind of the crowd favorite here, I think, since he he just graduated from Weber International, which
he
is
was
here.
their
and
star
Yeah.
closer bowler, and he's also, you know, just a really good kid. Everybody really kind of likes Marcelo. He's quite the gentleman. Quite the heartbreaker, I hear.
We'll save those details for off of the live stream, I think. See if Manino can get another one here.
What do you call it? Ham bone or something?
Not me.
I don't even understand the. Come on, hit it!
Messenger came across but missed the 10 pin.
Just got a rip rack 7 and a rip rack 10.
Yeah.
Back to back. Brazil and Dominican Republic.
We're in the 7th frame. This final game of the men's, and then our guest Almi.
Somebody has released my real name on the chat. Thank you very much, and that would be pronounced Aura Mireya Guerra Lopez.
Wow. I like Almi.
Yeah, thank you. I do too. My parents helped me out there with that name. It's a wonder I grew up with it.
Steve Smith, 199 in the 8th frame, a strike in the 9th. So he can still shoot 259 this game, which would be a stellar finish for him.
Yes,
yeah,
50 over is great.
The way he started.
It's a testament to the mental game of Steve to come here with such high expectations and start out rough.
Yeah.
So if he can make this comeback, I think it just shows how mentally strong the U.S. bowlers are. Some of these bowlers here as well. You know, you have PBA players, international players. It's pretty high level competition.
It is, and we expect a lot of exciting action over the next few days here at the PABCON Champion of Champions. And somebody mentioned in the chat we should have a competition to rename this event to something more interesting. It's kind of a strange name. I don't know what it is in Spanish, but
I don't know either.
Yeah,
you know, I think it's a weird name for the tournament. I think it's a great event. I mean, again, look for it. Yeah, Campeón de Campeones in Spanish.
Yeah.
But it's just kind of repetitive, don't you
yeah,
think?
it seems like it. Yeah.
But you know, it's still a great event. Even though the name's kind of funny, just like me, man. I have a weird name, and I'm still kind of cool, so.
Well, I call it the CFC.
CFC, yes.
Yeah, it's a little shorter.
Well, I was actually at the meeting where they decided the PABCON name.
Oh, okay.
And they wanted to go with Compaba or something like that, because that's how you would go, you know, Confederación Ibero.
Right, in Spanish.
So I actually put my hand up and said, why don't we just go PABCON, like in English, because it sounds like popcorn, and it's pretty cool.
Yeah. It sounds.
It's easier phonetically to pronounce.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Yeah, it's
got
a little more of a smoothness to it.
Yeah.
Although I find myself calling it the American Zone quite often.
Still,
which,
me too.
You know. But people are starting to learn what PABCON is. But it's hard to explain that to members of the news media here in the United States. They don't understand what
it means.
What PABCON is.
Yeah,
It doesn't mean anything to people
if you
outside
go
of bowling.
American Zone, it's very clear that we're talking about, you know, the American Zone.
but I guess wanted to put a new stamp on it for.
Well, it's a changing times for the sport, I think, and I'm pretty open-minded. I pretty much agree with anything that people want to do to help the sport, and it's about staying at it. I think the American zone the last few years has progressed quite a bit. We were,
For sure, yeah.
For sure, because you go to the events and you know how things are being done now and how people are being more educated and everybody's really thirsty, I can tell you that, in the Latin American world. I mean, bowling is such a great sport. There's so many opportunities here in the U.S. with colleges, scholarships. We have 3 kids in college here from the Dominican Republic, and we don't even have that many juniors. So for the Latin American bowlers, please, let's work at this to provide more technical knowledge to our young bowlers so they can have the opportunity to come to the United States and get an education. I think that's incredible. Even if you don't want to be a bowler for the rest of your life, getting an education here is incredible.
Yeah, it's a good way to do it, especially for a lot of the bowlers who are from some of the countries that don't have a lot of funding, or their families don't have a lot of money, because you can come and get an education while also bowling and have a lot of it paid for here in the States.
It's an incredible experience, and it's an incredible growing experience for Latin American kids to be here independently studying in the U.S. and doing something that they would not be able to afford otherwise. So bowling in that respect, for me, for the Latin American people, that's where we should go. We should promote the college opportunities in the United States.
Steve Smith did strike out for 259, so that puts him at plus 50 on the day. So
great finish.
A good finish for Steve. Here's Marcelo in the 9th frame. Marcelo leaves another single pin, a 4-pin this time.
Looks like the left lane's giving him a lot of trouble. He probably made a little move after that rip rack 7, and now he went a little high. It's that tricky.
So just a couple of frames to go here before we have our break, before the women get started, and running right on time.
Belly time.
Yeah. And Almi will get her shoes on and get ready to start ripping racks out there.
Wish me luck, Lucas. The short pattern's not my favorite, and I can assure you that this one's not going to be my favorite. But I'm planning on, behaving myself.
Well, buena suerte. Buen luego.
Gracias, Lucas.
I'm sure that you'll do fine. And more importantly, you'll have a smile on your face no matter what.
Or I'll be,
A little while after you're done, no matter what happens, you're always smiling.
Yeah, I'm having fun.
It's good, though. That's the way you have to do it. You have to leave it out there and not take home the baggage if you don't bowl well. And
the way I look at it, I believe Steve Smith learned a lot today because he struggled a lot. So, if he shot 250 over, I'm sure that the learning process wouldn't have been as big. So. If I'm struggling, I take it that way. I want to learn what the problem is. I want to control my emotions, which is always kind of hard for me. So that's my game plan for today.
Well, Steve was minus 32 after 4 games, and he finishes plus 50. So 223, 259 the last 2 games.
82 over to save it.
Yeah, pretty much saved his day.
And halfway, because there's so much ground to make up still.
It may be tough for Steve to make up enough ground to get in the medal contention, but he's at least not gotten himself out of it yet. He still will be close. And some of the players
are
the top some of the players at the top didn't bowl a big game the last game. Dan McClellan 202, Amleto 190. So that's favorable to somebody like Steve Smith, who had fallen behind a little bit. Yeah, he narrowed the gap.
Well, it's good to come tomorrow and have a chance at a medal, I think.
Yeah. Marcelo can strike out here for 228.
That would put him at 257 over.
He'd pick up a little ground on some of the players who were behind him.
Yes.
And Andres, who's up now in the 10th frame, he's only shooting 200. So
it's quite interesting what's happened here the last few games. I would think that Andres would kind of get on his comfort zone as the lanes kind of transitioned and settled down, but it looked like he struggled this last game. And I like 11 and 12 as well. It's a good pair.
Yeah, Andre's only going to shoot 201. Almi's phone lighting up over there.
Dominican people are watching your live streaming, Lucas. You're very well liked in the Dominican, and they would like me to say a little bit of a hi. My phone's... I'm sorry, Lucas. I'm sorry. Yeah, put it on vibrate, please. Can I go Spanish here? I promise I
Sure,
won't say
go
anything
ahead.
bad. A los muchachos por allá, el Chessy, que me está mandando muchos mensajes, a Pili, y a todos los compañeros de Latinoamérica, estoy segura que la gente de México, de Colombia, todos están viendo. Señores, este evento es increíble. Aprovechen la tecnología que hay aquí en la que el apoyo de la USBC que envió a Lucas a hacer el live streaming y disfruten porque la realidad es que esto aquí está bonito. Así que ya saben, yo me tengo que ir a poner los zapatos. Agradezco a Lucas la invitación a sentarme aquí en el live streaming y los dejo con Lucas Weissman.
And you're not watching Telemundo, or you're watching
Univision.
Bold TV or Univision.
I'll translate that for you guys in English.
Yeah,
Thank
sure. What
you
did you
very
say?
much, Lucas, for inviting me to sit down. You know, I love to talk, and I was just saying hi to the Spanish-speaking people out there, throwing a big hi to Pili and Alex and Fidel and everybody that's watching back at the Dominican, and just thanking you for inviting me to sit down. But now, as I watch Marcelo finish his game, I am going to go put my shoes on.
Thanks, Almi.
Thank you,
Good to
Lucas,
have you
for the
on.
invitation. Bye-bye, everybody.
Almi Gata from the Dominican joining us for that game as we wrap up. Marcelo Swartz strikes out in the 10th for 228. Again, after this final frame, we'll have a break for about an hour, and then we'll get started with the women's squad. .162 for Jason Oder. And our final frame now here on the men's squad. Give you some of the standings. Marcelo Swartz at 1457 in first place. Andres Gomez in second at 1377. Dan McClelland is third. He's at 1366. Ernesto Franco also at 1366. Embleto Monticelli, 1300. Manino Fernandez, 1310. So they haven't quite sorted it yet, but they will in just a moment. But that's, oh, there we go. Now it's sorted. So Steve Smith at 1250. That'll put him in 8th place after day one here of singles in the men's division. So the women's squad starts at 1 p.m. Eastern Time, about an hour from now, hour and 5 minutes, as Ruben Salenhammer finishes with 191 for Argentina. So we will keep the cameras on here. Be sure to come back and join us at 1 p.m. Eastern Time, our continuing coverage of the PABCON Champion of Champions. women's singles squad about to get underway here live at the PABCON Champion of Champions. The men bowled a little bit earlier today. They're opening 6 games of the singles event, and the women about to get started. For those of you who missed the men's squad earlier, it is Marcelo Swartz of Brazil leading the way with 14.57 for 6 games, so that's plus 257 for Marcelo Swartz. Andres Gomez in second place at 13.77. Dan McClelland in third, 13.66, along with Ernesto Franco of Mexico. And John Perez rounds out the top 5 at 13.32. Steve Smith, the United States, in 8th place at 12.50. And speaking of men's standings, our 3rd place gentleman, Dan McClelland of Canada, stopping in. Good afternoon, Dan.
How you doing?
Pretty good. It's
kind of exciting morning with the men's singles.
Yeah, you bowled pretty well, 13.66 for the 6 games. Pretty steady block, it looks like, for you.
Yeah,
saw a couple of games.
Yeah, had struggled the first couple games here on the high end. Trying to figure out the ball roll, hand position, speed, what's going to match up. You can always set up your first pair, but then when you go into the next game, moving to the next pair, it gets kind of difficult. You have to get right on it ASAP. So, but then I dialed in the middle games, and 1 and 2 has been a tough pair so far. So not too many high scores on that pair. I had 2-0 the last game.
There's your teammate here this week, Felicia Wong. Of course, this is a unique event because it's not just men and women separated. You'll actually be bowling with Felicia in a couple of days in the mixed doubles portion.
Yeah, it's never really went to an international event so far in my career that I'll be bowling a mixed doubles portion of the event. So it's going to be fun. We both have college experience. Obviously, she went to Wichita, so we can feed off of that, going back and forth with each other with talking about moves and lane play.
Felicia with a 6-pin to start things off. Also on that pair, Neshka Cardona from Puerto Rico and Rosalie Santos from Brazil. Our other featured pair, Sofia Granda of Guatemala, Paola Gomez of Colombia, and Erica Saverio of Ecuador. And we are joined this game by Dan McClelland, Mr. PBA over there. Got a few PBA folks who are in the field here this week. The men's field seems pretty strong. I think the top 8 is kind of who we would expect to be in the top 8, but that top 8's pretty solid.
Yeah, definitely. You got Emileto here. You got Andres Gomez. From the U.S., you have Steve Smith, great amateur bowler. He's won the high roller a few times, so you can never count him out. So,
a little bit. Is it a stronger field than you may have anticipated coming in? You never know at these PABCON tournaments what it's
exactly.
What it's
Yeah. Well, I knew that Venezuela, Brazil, Colombia, they're always going to have a tough team to come out and compete against. So, but it's fun, because you always want to have a tough field to just push you a little further in your game.
Dan McClelland, the Canadian national team, joining us. How did you play the lanes this morning, Dan, on this 35-foot Beijing pattern?
This morning, I actually, most of the short patterns that we have here for the World Tour patterns, I like to use urethane on the short. I was fortunate to get an old wine U-Dot, a Columbia U-Dot from Mark Buffa,
nice.
Brand new out of the box. So I had that with me bowling on the short, and just
How old is that ball?
From what I heard from Del Warren, 1985. So it's as old as I am.
I was going to say, it's as old as you are.
So basically, I camped out at 3 at the arrows, and if the lanes were a little tighter, moved a little right. If they hooked a little sooner, just moved a little left, and basically didn't have to do a whole lot, which was nice. So.
And we already see some of the women playing pretty far out. Paola's playing right out there.
Yeah.
So I think that's kind of the place to be. I mean, it seemed like it worked pretty well for you this morning.
Yes, I have a higher ball speed, so I could get out to the extreme outside gutter. Marcelo, the leader right now, he was throwing a gyro and playing around 7, 8, 9. Same with Andres Gomez. So they have a little bit slower ball speed and still a high rev rate that they could move left and feed it to the right a little bit.
But it definitely seems like on this Beijing pattern, you got to probably be right at 10. You don't want to get too far left of that, I wouldn't guess.
Yeah, some of the countries here, some of the guys, they're not accessible to the patterns like some of us are that bowl. So, they try moving in past second arrow, and the ball, as soon as it comes out of the pattern, goes dead left. And sometimes they struggle. Sometimes, they get lucky breaks, throw a Brooklyn or two, but definitely got to play the pattern right at 10.
Yeah, I was talking to Kim Terrell-Kearney a little bit during the break, and, Steve Smith struggled the first 4 games today, and she said he just kind of got fooled a little bit, trying to play just a little bit further left than he probably should have. We're going to have Steve on later to talk about that, but just an example of, you got to – and, I'm sure Steve's a great bowler. He thought he had something out there, or where he was playing a little bit in. It just didn't work out.
Yeah, definitely you can get fooled if you throw some really good shots and get to the pocket and throw a couple strikes. You might think you have something, but then just a little minor adjustment in the swing or at the point of release, and you grab it a little or you don't get it enough at the bottom, it can make a real big difference. Missing the head pin right or even going Brooklyn.
Joined by Dan McClelland of the Canadian team. How did the Canadians decide who got the bowl in this tournament? Was it just a selection, or did you guys have a tournament to decide?
We had our Canadian National Championships last year in May, and the 2 people who won got to compete in this tournament for PABCON Champion of Champions. Unfortunately, Carolyn Lagrange, she wasn't able to attend this weekend, so Felicia was second. So they basically just went down the list, and Felicia's a great bowler. She's been here before, so it was a pretty good replacement, and we all have confidence in her that she can get it done this week.
We're in the first game of 6 here at the Champion of Champions, a women's single squad. They are in the 4th frame right now. And you've had the honor, Dan, of representing Canada in several international competitions. I think I always talk to the Team USA members about what it's like to represent their country. I imagine it's an equivalent experience for you guys as well. Just a real honor to be able to bowl with your country on your back, I would guess.
Oh, definitely. When it's a lot different from the PBA. PBA, it's all singles. You don't have a team besides your brand behind you, and even then, you're still competing against them. With international events, it's like college. Everybody's cheering for everybody. An extra set of eyes helps out. Cheering them on. Don't let them get down on themselves. Also, when you do win a medal, even a gold medal, listening to your national anthem play is one of the best things that I've experienced in bowling. So,
let's see if Felicia can make a run at the split here. Nope, open frame. So she sits at 50 after 4 frames, and Yeah, it's
struggling a little bit.
It's definitely a different feeling than bowling on the PBA Tour, I would guess. Very much singles-oriented versus bowling for your country. A lot of times it's very team-oriented. This is a singles event, but you still will have Felicia that you'll bowl with in the doubles event on
Exactly,
Fridays.
yeah. And, while we were in our practice session yesterday, she's writing notes down for me with things I needed to remember for today. And we had a talk last night about, what our game plan is, how to attack the pattern, what balls to go to. So, having somebody to bounce ideas off of, like, immediately and not waiting for somebody to come around, it really helps.
And, of course, it's not just you two who are here. You've got a little help as well.
Yeah.
Most of the countries have their coaches here with them.
Yep. Well, Canada's a little unfortunate in the coaching side aspect because, people do want to get paid for their knowledge of the game. We have 3 or 4 really good coaches, but they go overseas because it's
Craig Woodhouse would be an example.
Exactly, Craig Woodhouse, Bill Rowe is another one, Frank Buffa. So they do want to get paid for their knowledge, and the coaches that we have that come out, they basically give their time. It's free. They don't get paid by our federation, so they put their own time in. We can't ask for much more. They're really good coaches that we have. They might not be as experienced as some others, but they're there with you 110%. So
we're talking about Felicia's form in the chat about how she's. Somebody says it's one of the best left-handed forms I've ever seen. I think that a lot of that comes from her college days. Perhaps she worked with some of the best coaches in the game at Wichita.
Definitely.
So that helps.
Her and Sam Linder, I think, one of the best left-handed approaches and styles. Like, they're just so smooth to the line. It's actually really nice to watch.
And Paola Gomez, her brother Andres bowled this morning. Paola misses the head pin to the right. So we'll take a look again at the form of Felicia Wong. It's very simple and smooth, huh?
That's right. She doesn't do a whole lot to it, but when she starts striking, watch out. She's forced to be reckoned with.
I think the one thing I noticed right off the bat is how steady her head is. It just looks like it never moves.
That's right. More balance you can get at the line and with the whole approach. If your head's straight and it's not moving side to side, you're gonna throw some strikes out there.
So this morning you bowled 1366, tied for third. Dan McClellan is our guest, and Marcelo Swartz at 1457. So you're about 90 pins back, and you've got 6 more games tomorrow to determine the singles medalists. Is that an attainable margin? You think you can make a run at catching Marcelo tomorrow?
Definitely. You never count yourself out of it. 90 pins. I could find probably 50 out there today, with splits, bad carry, stuff like that. But, 6 games, and it's on the long.
Expect the scores to be a little higher tomorrow?
Yeah, I think the scores will be definitely a little higher. You can start further in on the pattern and still be able to get it to the right. So, but, definitely 90 pins is, it's a pretty good lead he started out with, but anything can happen in 6 games. You catch a bad pair, then you catch a bad read on another pair you go to. It can be made up pretty quickly.
And Marcelo, I was just adding up the numbers here. The back 3, 796.
Yeah,
pretty solid.
Yeah, he didn't miss a whole lot the last 3 games.
And a lot of his, when he didn't strike, everything was a single pin. I don't think he left anything other than that I saw.
Yeah, you gotta have those lucky hits to jump out to that lead and stay there. I crossed with him the first game, and he had some fortunate breaks. He threw he had a couple Brooklyns, and he tripped out a few splits, turned it into a 240. It could have very easily have been a 2-0. So, but yeah, he threw the ball well. Like, you can't take anything away from him.
There's live scoring available. You can find the link on bowl.com right below the live streaming graphic if you want to keep an eye on how the scores are on the featured pairs. Lanes 9, 10, 11, and 12 are the featured pairs. And Dan, what's your game plan for tomorrow on the long pattern, the Montreal 41 feet?
Tomorrow, game pattern, probably start around third arrow. Practice, I was looking at a few different angles and balls. Try to find just the one that gives me the maximum amount of miss right and left, because if you don't find that ball, Marcelo picked it on the short pattern. He could miss right and he could miss left, and he bowled phenomenal. So that's my game plan, trying to find that one ball that allows me to miss and still get to the pocket. So.
Makes it a little bit easier when you've got a little bit of forgiveness out there, right?
Exactly.
Take some of the pressure off.
Your arm swing gets a little bit looser, and you start to have a little bit more fun, and everything just comes a little bit easier to you.
It's a better shot there from Paulo Gomez in the 7th frame. Again, live scoring link on bowl.com. Check that out. You can see frame by frame how everybody is doing, and we'll keep you updated on the standings as things move along. So the PBA season is done now. How did everything go for you this past season? What were your thoughts on the season that just concluded? Because you're full time out there on the PBA tour.
Yep, full time. I had an okay season. From personally, I thought I could change a lot of things. If I could go back to the World Series, I'd do things differently, obviously. But I'm happy with it. Made a few shows, made a major show. Starting to get a lot more comfortable on TV. It's a big transition once you get to television. So, but just looking forward to the summer series that we have going on at the end of the month. It should be a lot of fun. Get the bowl with Chris Barnes. Great guy. Can't say enough. And just looking to come out next year and hopefully get the weight off the shoulders and win a title.
I'm sure that that'll feel pretty good once that moment comes, right?
Definitely.
Felicia with 4-7 there in the 8th frame, so probably not the way she was hoping to get things started, I would guess.
No, I think she's a little bit her speed's a little too slow right now. She had a good look with her reckless in practice, and I think she was just too timid to give it a little bit of speed, and then she switched to a orange and blue misfit. So basically just trying to get out of this game, go and talk to her, see what her thoughts are, how she wants to attack the next pair, because they're not going to change a whole lot for her being on the left side. There's only 2 lefties for the women, 17 bowlers.
So kind of what it is now is pretty close to what it's going to be all day for her. Huh?
Exactly. Yeah, they'll get a little tighter down lane, but
there won't be a whole lot of transition.
Yeah, there won't be a whole lot of transition for her today.
Which can be bad and it can be good.
Exactly.
Because when it's bad, it can be real bad, and when it's good, it can be real good.
Yeah, like on the right side, you got 15 bowlers. You can open it up a little bit, and on the left side, it's if you can't open the pattern up, you have to make really good shots. And
heard some cheering a couple of minutes ago. That was for Mercedes Perez. She has the front 7.
Yes, she does.
I think the highest game we saw on the men's side this morning was 290 by Marcelo.
Marcelo, that's right.
Nobody really made a run at a 300 this morning.
Yeah.
It was only 6 games, so I think tomorrow we could have a shot at 1 or 2. You never know. Is it hard to sit back and watch when Felicia's struggling a little bit? You get a little stressed out?
Yeah, a little bit. You know,
I can see you fidgeting a little bit over there.
You always want to help out as much as you can, try and give them, you know, positive thoughts, and you know, trying to keep them their spirits up and not get down on themselves too much, because you get down on yourself throughout the game, you know, it might carry over for 4 or 5 frames, and the best thing for a bowler is short-term memory. So
there's Mercedes Perez off to the left. She just left a stone 8
pin.
Brutal. It's a good shot too on the front 7. It's a good start to the day for her. Let's see what Felicia has for us here in the 9th frame. That one crosses over and doesn't quite get the jump carry there. Leaves the 4-pin stand. And she'd have taken it.
I think everybody would take 1 or 2.
Heading to a close here in game 1. Someone online or on the chat looking for the results. They're working on getting those on the Kegel website, but can read for you real quick the men's results. Marcelo Swartz in the lead at 14.57. Andres Gomez second, 13.77. And a tie for third, Dan McClelland and Ernesto Franco at 13.66. Well, the good news for Felicia, she's making her spares.
Yeah,
the easy ones at least.
Yeah, you know, if you're struggling and you're not splitting, it's a good thing that you can pick up your spares, because you don't lose as much pins when you throw those splits. It bring you down, and you kind of second guess yourselves in your moves.
Other than Mercedes Perez, who in the front 7, scores look pretty low, at least on the lanes in front of us.
Yeah, the scores this morning for the men, I think there was only 6 games over plus the first game. So, you know, they're not as easy as everybody might think they are. They do open up pretty nicely, so
just take a little time for it to settle in here.
Yeah, got to be a little patient with it.
Paola Gomez also struggling here in this first game, only 120 in the 8th, and shooting a 10-pin here. Santos bowling pretty well for Brazil. She's up in the 10th frame right now, could strike out for 216. That's a pretty good shot right there.
Pretty good shot.
She's channeling her inner Marcelo. And Felicia, 10th frame for her. She could get to 187 this game, which would be a pretty nice save, I think, if she could get the double in the 10th.
It was a lot better shot.
Yeah, that looked better off her hand.
Yes, a little more firm at the bottom of the swing. I think she was just getting a little too slow with it.
Yeah, sometimes it only takes a couple of shots to get that rhythm.
That's right.
And maybe if she could put together a couple of shots here, that might help her out going into the next game.
Yeah, her mental game is, you know, nothing actually really bothers her when she bowls. It's really amazing, but it can also hurt you at the same time, because if you don't have a little care, you know, you can't force yourself to make good shots or make the right moves. So we've been trying to tell her, you know, stay a little bit in the moment. You know, don't let it get away from you.
7-pin, but that was a good shot, so that'll help her keep the feel going a little bit here.
Yeah, definitely. It's always good to, you know, end the game on a couple good shots in the 10th frame. Even if they don't strike, you know, you're still throwing it well. You got to take a positive out of it, because, you know, taking no negatives is just not the way to go.
206 for Santos. Sofia Granda from Guatemala is finishing up strong here. She's got 6 in a row. And and then leaves the 4-pin, so that gives her 231 in game 1. That's the highest game that on the board so far. Felicia misses the 7-pin, shoots 176. I would guess that you'll probably want to go talk to her now.
Yeah,
So
I'm probably going to have a little chat with her,
out.
see what she's seen, try and give my opinion.
Give your 2.5 cents.
2.5 cents. That's the exchange rate.
Yeah. Thanks, Dan
Thanks,
McClellan, for
Lucas.
sitting in.
All right, bye.
So we're wrapping up game 1 of the women's singles. Total of 6 games this afternoon, and we'll have 6 more games for the women and the men tomorrow in the singles event. So be sure to tune in for that starting at 9 a.m. Eastern Time tomorrow. Paula Gomez closing things out here in the 10th frame on this pair. Nishka Cardona with a washout in the 10th. If she makes it, she can be in the 190s. A miss would put her in the 180s. So we'll take a look at that in just a second. Paola with a 10-pin. Second shot in the 10, so she'll shoot 160 with the spare. Here's Cardona. Looks like it's going to be an open frame. She gets 3 of the 4 and shoots 183. Final shot of game 1. 160 for Paula Gomez. So now we're between games, so as we wait to get started with game 2, we'll take a quick break. But don't go anywhere. Back in just a couple of minutes, Team USA Steve Smith will be joining us in another game or so. So hang around for that, and we'll get started with game 2 right after these messages.
Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Let's go, guys. Let's go. Let's go.
Bowl TV has a new address. All of the video features, coaching tips, and live events you've been watching for years are still available on bowl.com, but now there's a new YouTube home for all things bowling. Bowl TV has its own channel, and it's so easy to find. YouTube.com/BowlTV. That's it. And you never know what you'll see. If you've previously been following us on the Grow the Sport channel, it will still be there, but very soon all new videos will only be available on the Bowl TV channel. So please take the time to subscribe today. That way you'll be among the first to know as soon as a new video is posted or a live event gets underway. There are big things happening on Bowl TV. Don't miss a minute. Click on subscribe and let the good times roll.
Just waiting to get started with our second game. Looks like we're going to get going here. Karen Andrews from the Virgin Islands, along with Ecuador's Erica Severio. Of course, we've got Felicia Wong and Aishka Cardona, as well as Connie Saragaki from Peru. Games 3 and 4, we're going to have Liz Johnson on the featured pair, it looks like. And Steve Smith, Team USA men's competitor here this week, will stop in and chat with us for a little while once Liz makes her way over here, because they like to watch their teammates bowl, so we don't want to take Steve away from watching Liz bowl. Liz bowled 195 in game 1. Run through the standings for you. Mercedes Perez of Argentina in the lead with 234. Sofia Granda second, 231. Viviana Delgado of Costa Rica, 223. Almi Guerra of the Dominican Republic, 215. Vanessa Valdez of Curacao, 210. Roseli Santos of Brazil, 206. Ezeret Zetter, 200. Liz Johnson, 195. So those are the standings after the first game here in the women's singles event. You're watching our live coverage of the PABCON Champion of Champions. I'm Lucas Wiseman here on Bowl TV. I want to remind you can follow us on our social networking platforms. On Twitter, it's twitter.com/USBC to follow USBC on Twitter, so at USBC. And on Facebook, we're there as well, facebook.com/USBC and the number 1. You can also find those links at the top of your page here on YouTube, little Twitter and Facebook icons. If you click those, it will take you to our pages. You can like and follow us on our social networking sites. You can find me on Twitter at twitter.com/Lucas_Wiseman, so at Lucas_Wiseman on Twitter, and facebook.com/LucasUSBC as well. So thanks to everybody who's watching this afternoon. Again, coverage all day, well, the rest of the afternoon here until about 4 o'clock or so, and then all day tomorrow, Friday, and Saturday as well. So if you need your bowling fix, we've got it for you here on Bowl TV at this PABCON Champion of Champions. We'll have a few live streams from the Open Championships coming up in the coming weeks. And, of course, we will have live coverage of the Senior Masters and the U.S. Women's Open in June. And that'll be followed by Junior Gold in July. So if you want to check out our live stream schedule, go to bowl.com/livestream. Felicia Wong of Canada, third frame. Over to our other featured pair, Ecuador. Again, 9 a.m. Eastern Time is when we will get started tomorrow morning with the final round of singles. Again, after the first game, Mercedes Perez of Argentina in the lead at 2:34. Sofia Granda of Guatemala second with 2:31. And Viviana Delgado in third at 2:23. Men's standings after the first 6 games this morning. Marcelo Swartz of Brazil in first at 14:57. Andres Gomez of Colombia in second at 13:77. Canada's Dan McClellan and Mexico's Ernesto Franco tied for third at 13:66. Karen Andrews with 3 in a row, Virgin Islands player. Felicia Wong, 4th frame, looking for a double. Comes up light, tickles the 3, but doesn't get it to go down. Cardona with a strike in the 4th. Double 9-spare strike start for Cardona here in game 2. wrangled up another guest for us for the rest of this game. Randy Stoughton from here at the Kegel Training Center, a women's coach for Weber International. Congratulations on the national title.
Thanks a lot, Lucas. Appreciate it. Welcome to Kegel.
Yeah, thanks. Always enjoy coming out here and being in this environment to cover events. It's always a great time, and
yeah.
I think everybody appreciates you guys stepping up and hosting this tournament. So thanks for that. And
no problem. Love doing it. You always like having some of the best players in the world walking in your doors and showing you how to play the game.
And it's been a pretty happy couple of weeks around here, I would guess. You guys won the national title for both the men and the women in college bowling at Weber International, and Weber, of course, located just down the road in Babson Park, which is just, a 10-minute drive from here, if that?
Yeah, it's about 7 miles from here. Yeah.
So I think you guys have been pretty happy around here these days, huh?
Yeah, there's been a lot of celebrating going on and a lot of patting on the back, but the kids are, they're into the school year, so they're going home and all that kind of preparation, so there's a lot of glad and sad all at the same time. But certainly very proud of our teams, and looking forward to next year already. Actually, our women's team will be virtually the same. Trying to get Jessica to come back. She's got one more year of eligibility left, but she's kind of on the fence post so far as dollars and cents go. So
yeah,
it's not full. We don't have full rides here at Weber, so it's a financial hardship on some of these kids to travel so far away from their homelands to come here and go to school and be a part of our bowling program.
Felicia Wong for Canada up in the 6th frame here of Game 2. Randy Stoughton is our guest. And you are one of the instructors here at the training center, is that right? Or
yeah.
What's your role?
My title is head coach of the Kegel Training Center. Dale Warren is the vice president. But he actively coaches on a daily basis, just his passion, and he takes on the leadership role when it comes to these types of events and things like that. He's very adept at it, and I'm more of the one-on-one kind of a guy, more so than I am the political side of it.
So you help out with a lot. You guys do a lot of one-on-one lessons and stuff here. So
yeah, it's we try to conform in any way that we can to the needs of who wants to come here and train, but mostly they're one-on-one lessons. We do have some national teams come here that we coach, such as Aruba and Japan comes here, and we've had Venezuela here and Mexico was here. So we've been known to do that, but as a general rule, it's one-on-ones and maybe 2 people during the course of an all-day lesson.
So as we watch the women's singles competition here, the PABCON Champion of Champions, Randy, tell me about how Kegel got involved with the Weber International bowling program, because you guys just kind of started that program up a few years ago, and now it's grown into kind of a monster.
It was kind of we went to them, I guess, before I got here, and I've been here 8 years. So when Richard Shockley was running the program here, he went there and made them a proposal, and at that time they weren't prepared or ready or something. It just didn't click. And then all of a sudden they decided they wanted to expand their sports offering at the school, and they decided, well, we've got bowling right down the street from us. Why don't we go and they approached us a few years back. Why don't we go check them out? And at that point in time, we had just hired Joe Slawinski, and Joe was pretty informed on how to get a program started and had a background and such that would parlay that into a real easy transition for us. And I mean, within an hour, we've got ourselves online, telling the world that we're starting a program, and please send your resumes. And believe it or not, within 2 or 3 hours, we had several in our hands. So we didn't have a women's team that first year, but we had a very challenging men's team and finished 3rd in the nation that first year out, and that's kind of the way we went. Shot 300 there.
Yeah.
And still, I guess that's the only 300.
Yeah.
The women did put a challenge up, though, last year with Lindenwood.
Randy Stoughton's our guest here. He's the head coach of the Kegel Training Center and also the head coach of the Weber International Women's team. And we are just wrapping up the 7th frame of game 2.
The men spanked them pretty good this morning, didn't they?
Yeah, a few of them did. The top, I was talking to Dan McClellan. He came on for a few minutes the first game, and I think that the standings are kind of like almost kind of what you would expect. The top 8 are kind of who you would expect to be in the top 8. So it's kind of held true to kind of, if you had to rank the players, I mean, it'd be probably pretty close to where it is now.
That's probably true. Although I think Marcelo was maybe a little bit of a surprise to be the leader, but certainly he would have been in the top 5.
But anybody who knows Marcelo, as we both know him very well, he's very, very talented, and he knows this place better than anybody. Probably.
Yeah, well, he's got home court advantage, that's for sure.
Because he's on the Weber, well, he was on the Weber team. He's just graduated.
4 years, 4 years with our program. The epitome of what we stand for, actually. We are extremely proud of Marcelo and what he represents so far as collegiate bowling goes. And collegiate bowling should be very proud of him as well.
Yeah, and the most important thing is he's a good guy, and he's a gentleman. And,
Absolutely.
That's what they all should strive to be
Absolutely.
like. Absolutely.
Sure. He's got all the Boy Scout qualities. He's honest and trustworthy and hardworking. And
he's got all his badges, huh?
Yeah, he's got all those badges. And he's entertaining as I'll get at, too. He's just got a great personality. And his mom and dad and brother are here this week. So, we had graduation last Saturday, and they came for that, and now they're staying for this. And this is the first time I've ever met his mom and dad. So he's been here 4 years, and they've, obviously paid for his education to be here. And, of course, Amleto, I've only known him for 30 years, too. So. But Marcelo is, he's a hard worker. He's always held a job while he's here to work and pay for his schooling. And it's not an easy thing to do, to go to school, bowl on our program, which is a 7-month program for us, and we work them very, very hard, and 4 days a week, and have a job too. So pretty demanding.
Let's talk a little bit about the lane conditions here today, since you're real familiar with the Kegel Training Center and the WTBA patterns. The Beijing pattern is 35 feet.
Right.
And a lot of the guys were using some urethane this morning.
Yeah,
I think we'll see that with the women. But
there's a couple of women using it, but there's no reason why they couldn't.
Yeah.
It's not about, you got to have the super rev rate or anything like that. It's about, the transition of the ball going from skid to hook to roll and not giving up boards. The straighter is greater philosophy is certainly what you want to be playing on these shorter length patterns, and using the outside angle of attack without trying to open up the lane is an advantage, because the pattern just it doesn't reward you when you miss end. So you got to play it out and play straight. That way you can get your 3 and 4 boards of area down lane at the break point and have a wider pocket area. And then you got your free angle of entry because of where your break point comes from. So it's all conducive to, you don't average 250 without a little bit of area and have some space out there. Nobody's good enough to do that without a little bit of space.
And tomorrow it's going to be the Montreal pattern, which is 41 feet, and everybody I've talked to anticipates some higher scores tomorrow. You agree? Montreal
is one of the easier patterns, I think, for the skill level of bowler to beat up on. So yeah, I think Seoul may be just a little bit easier, but I think Mexico City Montreal is going to be easy in comparison to maybe some of the other patterns they could have chosen.
You think we might see 300 game tomorrow potentially?
Well, we got brand new pins in here.
That makes it hard.
And so they haven't got any break-in time at all. We just put them in the other day. So we had a sweeper here the other night, and they beat up on us so far as the number goes, but nobody could shoot the number. Couch had the front 11 and went through the face and shot 296, and we had some 8 and 9 and 10 baggers, but nobody could put all 12 of them together, and as we all know, that's what it takes to shoot the perfect game. So,
but it's new pins, but at the same time, the pins fly around pretty good here at times.
That's true.
Pretty
but
tight back there.
again, as ironic as this is going to sound, the high flush pocket hit here doesn't carry very well. No. Yeah, you'll leave solid 8s and solid 9s here, and even solid 7s on a very regular basis. And then again, you get your too much angle or too much speed, and the 10 pin is always a factor. But when it comes to the solid 7, 8s, and 9s, they are quite frequently done here. Solid 9s, especially for right-handed bowlers,
Really?
it's amazing. Yeah.
So maybe better to hit a little light then, I guess.
Thin to win, baby.
Yeah.
That's what I tell our girls. Hit the pocket thin, and I guarantee you won't leave the 9 pin.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the ball will take it out.
Ball's going to hit the 9, and most of the time you don't leave the 10 pin. It's a very rare occasion when you carry the wall shot and leave a 10 pin. So it's about carrying the 4, the 7, and the 8, as opposed to the entire back row and the 4 pin. So, I put it in the form of Las Vegas odds. They built Vegas on 5-3. So.
Wrapping up game 2 of 6 here in the women's singles event. This is just the first round. The final round of the singles will be tomorrow.
Uh-oh, that's true.
Yep. Neshika misses the 10 pin. She was having a good game before that one.
Yep.
195 in the 9th frame for her now. Felicia Wong can strike out for 212. We got a Weber International representative in the field today.
Yeah, Diana's pacing. She's
So,
getting
she's
ready to
not-
go to
her scores
Junior
don't actually
Worlds.
count, so.
Right. Which is probably a good thing.
For those
but
of you
her
wondering.
intensity level is probably not what it would be
No,
otherwise.
I wouldn't think so.
But she's a hard worker, certainly a world-class bowler, and she's preparing herself for the Junior World Championships in 2 weeks.
Yeah, and we just are announcing today who is going for Junior Team USA to the World Youth Championships in Thailand.
And who is that?
It's Andrew Koff, Chris Vi, Marshall Kent, Zach Hattori, Amanda Green, Danielle McEwen, Jess Ernest, and Kelsey Muther. So it's a nice field of Junior Team USA members going to the World Championships.
Yeah, how about this Marshall Kent, huh? Wow.
Yeah, he's on top of the world right now.
No doubt about it. I mean, he just had he won everything at the collegiate level other than the national championship. But
yeah, he got all the
individual
awards.
honors. He was the man, no doubt about it.
Player of the year and
Rookie of the year.
Exactly.
Everything.
Yep.
And deservedly so. He's an extremely talented player.
159 for Karen Andrews of the Virgin Islands, off on 11 and 12. Our other featured pair, and Erica Severio with 173. 202 for Felicia Wong. Connie Seriaki is going to shoot 180 with a strike on the fill. And Nishka Cardona can strike out for 225.
You're really good at these names.
Well, it's kind of like, you know what they always say, when you walk into a place where they're taking tickets or whatever, walk with a purpose. Nobody will say anything to you. If you say the name with a purpose, nobody questions
Nobody
it.
says you're right or wrong.
Until they say in the chat, no, you say it this way, and then I start saying it right. You just got to say it with a purpose.
I got you. I'll remember that.
Yeah.
Just pretend like you know.
That's exactly right. Yeah. It's not like I don't want to go out there and bother them in the middle of their competition.
How do you say your name? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Connie's final shot, crosses over. That's one way to get the 9 pin out.
Yeah, not the advertised way, but it seemed to work well there.
180 for Connie. And Nishka with a strike on the first shot in the 10th. So she's still got a chance to get in the 220s here as we wrap up game 2.
She shot 180 with 2 spares.
Yeah, she had a 4-bagger in the middle there, Connie did. That'll make up for some missed spares. Nishka with a 1-4. Don't see that one every day, so 215 is her max score now.
Yeah, we call that kegel carry.
Yeah, we saw Steve Smith on that lane leave basically a pocket 4-5-7.
Really?
Yeah, it was the head pin went, Messenger went across in front of the 4 and the 5.
Oh.
It was brutal. Yeah, he was still talking about it after he was done.
I'll bet he'll have a nightmare over that one.
It was awkward, to say the least.
Yeah.
So as we watch this final shot, Randy, thanks for sitting in for a few minutes. We're going to take a commercial break as we've got a couple of frames to go before we get started with Game 3. So thanks for sitting in for a few minutes.
Pleasure.
I'm sure
Thanks
we'll
for
have you
asking
on.
me.
Yeah, we'll have you on again later on. Steve Smith, Team USA member, is going to be on as Liz Johnson comes to our pairs here for Game 3. So we'll be right back right after this.
Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Let's go, guys. Let's go. Let's go.
My teammates, we all were looking for another challenge to make our game a little bit better, and the Sport League was the first step in doing so. So we tried it. We found the flaws in our game, and when you go on a house shot, you do pretty well, and you think you're a good bowler, and then you go in a tougher condition, and it really brings you back down to earth, and you have to work on some things.
How has the sport bowling experience helped you with tournament play and competitive play? Because when you get out somewhere where there's a different pattern, you feel like you probably have a little bit of advantage.
Sure, experience is the key. So having the sport, understanding that there are different patterns and different ways to play the pattern. Now, when you go to a tournament, if you're one-dimensional, you're finished. But if you have an idea of I can move here, change ball, rotation, all these other factors, now you have a little bit better arm to face that condition.
Bowl TV has a new address. All of the video features, coaching tips, and live events you've been watching for years are still available on bowl.com, but now there's a new YouTube home for all things bowling. Bowl TV has its own channel, and it's so easy to find. YouTube.com/BowlTV. That's it. And you never know what you'll see. If you've previously been following us on the Grow the Sport channel, it will still be there, but very soon all new videos will only be available on the Bowl TV channel. So please take the time to subscribe today. That way you'll be among the first to know as soon as a new video is posted or a live event gets underway. There are big things happening on Bowl TV. Don't miss a minute. Click on subscribe and let the good times roll.
The United States Bowling Congress is shaping the future of bowling, helping kids learn the sport the right way, and awarding thousands of scholarships every year. USBC supports Special Olympics and America's best when they go for the gold as the home and heart of Team USA. We're reaching for new heights in research, raising the bar with spectacular national tournaments, and have raised millions of dollars to help fight cancer and support veterans. Visit bowl.com to learn more.
And we are back with the start of our third game here at the PABCON Champion of Champions women's singles event. Liz Johnson now on the featured pair. It's a good start to this game for Liz. I'm Lucas Wiseman, and special guest here for this game, Steve Smith of Team USA. Good afternoon, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Nice to have you on. We have not had the opportunity to talk very much in the past, but I have about a million questions I want to ask you. So we'll start off with, we'll talk about your bowling today. You're in 8th place after the first 6 games, and I guess to be honest, things didn't go so well the first 4 games from a scoring standpoint, but you managed to get it together and bowl a couple of good games and go 80 over for the last 2. What happened? Walk us through your day from start to finish.
Well, it started on 3 and 4, and they played a little tricky down on 1 and 2, 3 and 4. So Kim Terrell, our Coach Kim, was trying to help me get lined up, but we thought we had the right ball. But I wasn't far enough right, and I thought I should have been. And as you can tell, the last 2 games, I was a lot more right than I was. So I'm watching now the women bowling, and I didn't bowl very good.
Yeah.
But it happens.
Yeah. The good news is it's a 12-game event, so you only gave away 4 games, which could have been way worse. But
it could have been worse. But I'm happy where I'm at. But those first 4 games were a little bit tough.
But how important was it for you to have the rebound there in the final 2 games from a confidence standpoint? Does that help you a little bit moving forward?
It does, but it still bothers me that I didn't really bowl good the first 4 games. But I let it go now, and then we'll see what happens tomorrow. Hopefully, it's a lot better than today.
I think it will be. From what I've heard from everybody is that the expectation is that the scores will be on the higher side tomorrow on that Montreal pattern. What are your thoughts on that, having gone through the practice session yesterday?
Well, I had a good look on the practice session for the short pattern too, but like tomorrow, it's going to be different. The lanes won't play the same as yesterday's practice session. I'm just going to take what the lanes give me. Hopefully got the right ball, right setup, and we'll go from there.
Steve Smith of Team USA joining us this game, also known as Superman.
Yes.
They're already in the chat. They were talking about Superman. Let's see, where was it? Yeah, Superman is coming. There you go.
Yeah, that's.
What's up with that?
That's Patrick Shipley. He's a great guy. He follows me a lot. So anytime I'm bowling anything, he posts on Facebook where I'm bowling.
So he's kind of like your publicist.
He is. He's awesome. He put pictures on my Facebook page and let everyone know when I'm bowling. And so I told him I was going to be on. He's like, okay. So he's really awesome. And everyone else that follows me, like that's my brother right there.
Oh, there you go.
Shed Smith. So it's really, I'm really thrilled about it. It's nice to have people watching you and follow you. So
Liz has 419 after 2, it looks like, and that'll put her tied for first place.
She's tied for first?
Yeah, it's 195, 224 for Liz. So how have you've been watching, I guess, pretty much every shot Liz has thrown so far today. How have things gone for her?
That 3 and 4 pair, she shot 195, and I saw her reaction, and
it was familiar to you?
Very familiar. She changed balls, and now I think she's throwing a black taboo right now, but it looks really good to the lane so far. Let's see this next shot. Hopefully she gets it out to like 5. It should be good.
That's pretty close to that, huh?
It's there.
So Liz, spare strike to start this game. And you get the honor of bowling mixed doubles with her starting on Friday.
I can't wait.
Pretty exciting, huh?
I'm really excited. Told her I'm so excited to bowl with her. I've been a fan of her and been watching her for years. Crossed with her a long time ago, and I even told her that. I said, "Hey, get the bowl with Liz." Who wouldn't want to bowl with Liz?
I think that if you asked anybody in this bowling center, if they had to choose somebody, they would probably want to bowl with Liz, I would guess, at least on the women's side.
I would.
Because she's had a lot of success in her career. And
Yes, she has. There's a lot of good bowlers here, too.
there are, for sure.
Yeah, and it's a lot of fun just watching.
Steve Smith joining us here on the broadcast. And Steve's getting a lot of shout-outs in the chat. Somebody wants to know how you qualify for this event. Well, the first way you qualify is making Team USA.
That's correct.
And then the coaching staff selects who gets to come and compete in the event. And you have made Team USA a couple of years in a row now through the Team USA trials. And I think did you get picked both years, or did you bowl your way on the first time?
The first was 2 years ago. Actually, last year.
Technically.
Yeah, technically it's last year. But I got selected.
Okay.
And then this year I finished second, so I was automatically on the team.
And then you have training camp and all sorts of stuff, but this event comes pretty early in the bowling season, so or the Team USA season, I should say. So you guys haven't really had camp yet. And
camp's next is actually almost 1 month away.
Yeah. So they had to make the selections before the training camp. Usually they like to make the selections for events after the training camp, but you were fortunate enough to be selected, and I would guess that based on all the people who are on Team USA, and it's a who's who list of bowling. Chris Barnes, Tommy Jones, and they picked you. So how did that feel when you got the call saying, "We want you to bowl this for us"?
I didn't question Coach Ross. I got the phone call. He said he needed to talk to me. He asked me, and when he said, "Can you bowl the PABCON champions?" I didn't hesitate. Who wouldn't? Who would say no? But no, I was honored that he asked me, and then he said, "You're bowling with Liz." I'm like, "All right, it's a bonus."
Yeah, I'm sure that it's not the first time that you've bowled for Team USA. You bowled the Tournament of Americas in Orlando.
Yes.
Right. So it's not your first go around, but this is probably the next step up from the Tournament of Americas on a kind of an important scale.
It's a lot different. I know there's I believe the top 8 teams qualify for the
World Games.
Mm-hmm. So no, I mean there's something to bowl for. So instead of medals, you got the World Games next year. So I guess I got to step it up next tomorrow.
Yeah, that's right. And that'll go to the top 8 teams in the national all events standings.
Yes.
So that's something to think about. It'll combine your all events total for the 24 games, the 12 in the singles and the 12 in the doubles, with Liz's 24 games, so a 48 game total. And the top 8 will qualify for the World Games. I would guess that won't have any problem cracking that top 8, because Liz will just carry the load for you.
I hope so. I'm cheering her on. I'm like, keep going. I hope she gets like a 300 over today.
Yeah. Well, she's having a little bit of problem on that right lane thus far.
Yeah, it's like I said, every pair is tricky. I mean, I just think 5 through 8, 5, 6, 7, 8 are good pairs, but the tricky pairs at the end, 1, 2, 11, 12, especially 12. But she picked it up.
Yeah, she makes
the spare, but
split.
Yeah, so I think she'll be fine. I just gotta bowl better tomorrow, and then hopefully we bowl good on Thursday. Is it Thursday?
Friday.
Friday.
Yeah, tomorrow's Thursday with the final round of singles. Then we'll head into the mixed doubles, and then Saturday is the Masters match play portion of the event for the singles and the mixed doubles, and that's going to be a very quick format event, 1 game and for each round, and that's it. So.
But I like the lane condition too.
Yeah.
It's short and long.
Yeah.
Or the short and the medium.
Short. Yeah, exactly.
So that's a little tough to bowl on, but looking
Keeps
forward
you on
to
your
that too.
toes.
Exactly.
Gotta remember which ball you're throwing and where. That's where coach comes in handy, right?
That's correct.
Speaking of coaches, what's it like to work with Coach Kim? Kim Terrell-Kearney is here this week with you guys.
I've been watching her on tour too, but it's really a thrill to have her here. She's actually helped me, guide me, and trying to figure out what ball to use, and she lets me do what I want to do sometimes, but I go to her and ask her, like, what do you think? It's nice to have another set of eyes, and it's very helpful. I don't care who you are and how good you are. It's nice to have an extra set of eyes out there.
Yeah,
helping you try to
because
strike.
Yeah, when you're out there you're out there bowling, you see one thing, but somebody who's standing back here sees a whole lot more.
I'm sure you can see a lot over here, too.
Yeah, exactly. And so it's nice to have somebody of the caliber of Kim Terrell-Kearney back there helping you out. Steve Smith is joining us here on our broadcast as we watch the third game of women's singles at the PABCON Champion of Champions. So I think that the one thing that stood out for me with you when you made Team USA the first time a year ago was I got your bio information, and you were like, played professional basketball. I was like, what? So tell us about that. You played overseas, but not the overseas that most people would think of for basketball, which would be Europe. You were kind of the other direction in the Philippines, right?
Yeah, I was in Portugal.
So you were in Portugal for a little
first,
while. Okay.
the first 4 years, and then I went to the Philippines. That was a lot of fun. Got to experience that, but I thought I'd be might make the team for USA. Thought I might be NBA, but it didn't work out.
No.
Now here I am bowling for medals for bowling.
Yeah.
So
you got to bowl for your country. You got to compete for your country, just a different, avenue than you originally thought, huh?
I wouldn't change it.
Shannon O'Keefe kind of has a similar story with the softball aspect. She was one of the best softball players in the country. And,
I didn't know that.
Yeah, she played at Portland State for a year, was an All-American, I think, and then she decided to go after bowling instead. And so she started out as a softball player and ended up being one of the best bowlers in the country. And now you've kind of done the same thing, gone from basketball to bowling.
To bowling, yes.
Yeah. So what position did you play in basketball?
Point guard.
Point guard. And how tall are you?
6'2".
Pretty
Not very tall.
I would say it's pretty tall for me, but
well, now you're on the basketball court.
Exactly.
You got 7 foot centers.
By point guard standards, that's they tend to be the shorter position, I would think, of the bunch. But
it is, but
still 6'2" is you're still looking up at some trees when you're out there on the court, right?
And those guys are quick.
Yeah.
I mean, I thought I was quick until I got to play overseas in college. So different.
Yeah, and you played college basketball, right? And where did you go?
It's called USIU, United States International University. It was in San Diego. We led the nation in scoring for like the times we were there. We averaged like 115 points a game.
That's a lot in college basketball.
Yeah, well, we set the record for single game scoring.
Really?
Against Loyola Marymount, we had no overtime. It was 182 to 181, 150.
Wow. That's a really high-scoring game with no overtime.
So it was. We had some scores.
I would imagine you had a lot of assists in that game.
If I remember correctly, I think I had 32 points, 9 assists.
Wow.
So I was just in a passer. I was a scorer too. But all the credit to my dad and coaches that I've had. Just like bowling, they have good coaching. That's
true, and. But it's a pretty cool backstory for you with the whole basketball thing, and
well, a lot of people didn't know about it until I made Team USA.
I bet.
Then I had to play Chris Barnes, and actually read my bio and found out.
And how did that go? You guys had a little one-on-one?
No, we played all together, 4-on-4.
Oh, okay.
It's kind of funny.
I'm sure you schooled Chris, right?
Well,
because he thinks he's good at everything.
Oh, that's Chris. No, we had a lot of fun. But next time, I think I'm gonna play a little harder.
Yeah.
It'd be fun to see how much fun it'd be that way.
You're gonna bring your A game, not take it easy on them.
Well, last time Tommy Jones and Bill O'Neill and Chris were all pulling on my shirt. So.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they're trying to keep me down.
Sounds like you need a referee.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun playing, just bowling with them, learning a lot of things with them.
Yeah, because you, from a bowling perspective, you haven't come the same route that they have. They're all professionals on the PBA Tour. It's their full-time job. For you, you're just more of an amateur player. You bowl the high rollers and events like that, and you've never really tried to do it professionally, right, as a bowler?
No. It's all thanks to Steve Hamaguchi. He's the one that really helped me a lot, and it's like Teddy Turner and DJ from Korean Mason Pro Shop. They're helping me with this drilling the balls, and also like my boss Johnny Humble let me come out here and bowl. So it wasn't for them, I wouldn't be able to do this kind of things.
It's always important to have a good support staff
It
around you
is.
to help you, especially get to the level that you've achieved, because not everybody gets there, and they don't do it on their own.
No, you can't do this on you. I mean, you possibly can, but
It's a lot harder.
It's really hard.
Yeah.
Yeah, Liz is having a problem with that right
Say,
lane.
yeah, she still hasn't struck on the right lane, and that's what is going to be coming up next for her. So she's gone strike, spare, strike, spare, strike, spare, strike. And,
Yeah, she went light, and then she left a 3-6. But I think she'll figure it out. I think she's going to strike on this one.
She could still strike out for 240 this game if she can get it going in the final 3 frames. She unfortunately has to finish on the lane that she hasn't been able to strike on.
Yeah, but knowing Liz, I think she'll pull it out. She
She'll
always
get dialed
does.
in here.
Never count her out. It's the first time I've been here. That's nice.
Yeah, we're at the Kegel Training Center in Lake Wales, Florida. It's not exactly close to anything, but
No.
it's a nice facility out here. And they do a good job when they host events like this. I think this is the 4th international event they've hosted here.
Oh, wow.
They hosted the World Ranking Masters 3 times back in the early 2000s, but it is that event doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah, first for me. So Trigger Training Center, and then to be to talk with you. First time
That's
on
right.
live streaming.
First time on Bull TV.
That's
huh?
right. Nice.
Hopefully the first of many times.
Oh, she changed balls. Oh,
It came up light.
7 pin.
Yeah, 7 pin. I looked a little closer.
Yes, I think she changed balls, and I think she's gonna move more right, than which I did. So
So are you represented by any bowling ball? Do you represent any bowling ball brands or?
yes, I'm with Evan Knight. Thanks to them, I've gone their equipment. Thanks to Dave Waka and Ed Gallagher, Sean Morris, helping me with all this equipment.
Always like
Hopefully-
to give a shout out to the companies that support our Team USA players, because we appreciate that, and I'm sure you appreciate that as well, because
Appreciate
it
it a
makes it a
lot.
lot harder when you don't have those assets.
Oh yes, it definitely helps you because it's you don't have the equipment, then your shot making is not as good as you want it to.
We are wrapping up Game 3 here in our women's singles event. So, Steve, you bowl a lot of the Vegas events. So I guess probably because it's pretty close to where you are, right? It's because you live in San Diego, so it's not too far from
About
where
5
you are.
hours.
Yeah. Have you ever thought about bowling more on the PBA tour at all? Because obviously you've got the level of talent being on Team USA a couple of times now, but have you given it any thoughts about spending more time bowling at some of the PBA events, or does your stuff back home keep you busy?
No, I've always thought about it. I'm going to have to see what happens first and see how this goes, and I possibly could start doing more regionals, tournaments. I'm not sure about turning pro yet, but we'll see what happens in
Have you
a couple
ever
years.
had your PBA card?
Never had it.
No. And what do you do back home?
I work at Kearney Mesa Bowl.
Okay.
Scratch league coordinator. So that's why I thank my boss for letting me come out here. Johnny Humble, really nice of him to come over here, and Louis Bull is helping me with my leagues.
It's always nice when you work for somebody who can appreciate what you do
Yes.
and your passion to accommodate it, because sometimes it can be hard for the people who are on Team USA who do have jobs back home to get the time off to come and compete. You know, it's easy for Chris Barnes or Tommy Jones to get off and, go bowl because that's what they do. So
Yes.
they don't really have to take any time off from anybody. But, for example, John Janowitz, he's on Team USA. He works here at the Kegel facility, and, they really support his bowling, so that's helpful as well. So
It's very helpful.
yeah, we do appreciate everybody for being understanding when it comes to that stuff.
Yeah, like my wife. My wife is working right now, and she wanted to be here, but she couldn't be. And my daughter, she's at school. She didn't want me to come. She wanted me to stay home.
Oh.
But Yeah, just want to give a shout out to all the people out there while I'm listening, and all the people at Kearney Mesa listening to Stephanie Bailey, Woody, Mike Hardiman, Laura, all those at home, Rob, Burke, and everyone's watching, and I really thank them for supporting and watching. It helps you guys out too. You get more people watching.
More people watching, exactly. We like that. And
all you gotta do is get Patrick to just post it for you. He'll post it all over for you if you need anything.
That's right. And don't forget that if your wife or daughter want to watch, they can watch the archive.
Oh, they can?
Yeah, it'll be up a couple hours after we're done here. I think it'll show up on the YouTube channel, youtube.com/BowlTV, and they can just kind of use a little scroll bar and go to the third game or fourth game of singles. And they can watch you from earlier today. I don't know if you'll want them to watch it, but
well,
especially that 4-5-7. It's on the video.
Can we just erase 1 through 4? Yeah. But no, it's okay. I mean, you learn from it. Oh, she struck.
There we go. So Liz can still get to 200. Yeah, the important thing is that it sounds like you gathered some information today that'll probably help you when you see this pattern again in a couple of days.
We'll see it again and again. But, yeah, definitely will help.
You'll have probably a game plan as to what to do on Friday for the mixed doubles when you have to bowl in this pattern again. I'm guessing that you'll probably want to change some stuff up from what you did on the fresh today, or maybe maybe you'll just be a little sharper.
Definitely be sharper and
probably start a little bit further right, I would guess.
Probably a little further right, and hopefully I have a good partner, so I can almost play where she's at.
Yeah, you guys can kind of play off each other.
Probably not as great as she is, but I try my best.
I'm sure that she'll help you out best you can. Of course, yeah. You don't forget your shout-outs for the people who have to sub for you.
That's my brother. He subbed for me. He subbed for me on Tuesday. So
is your brother a good bowler as well?
Yeah, he's a good bowler. We all play basketball together. And my Shed, Scott's my brother, and my sister's in Arizona. Hi to my mom and dad. Oh, they'll probably listen to this later. Maybe I won't let them watch this one. No,
have them tune in tomorrow when the scores are higher, right?
Yeah, hopefully it's higher for me, not for everyone else. Just kidding.
Yeah, you got a little ground to make up.
I have a lot of ground. All right, 208. That's good.
Yep, 208 for Liz. That gives her 627 for the first 3 games, so not a bad start for LJ. As we are wrapping up game 3. .138 for Karen Andrews from the Virgin Islands on 9 and 10. Karen Marcano from Venezuela, who's also on this pair here with Liz, can strike out for 185. Connie Seriaki, 149.
Yeah, a lot of people think they're just because they're short, they're really easy. They're not as easy as a lot of people think they are. I mean, because there's not a lot of friction to the right. So it's normally when you bowl on shorter patterns, you have a lot more friction. So you can actually, go from 6 to the gutter, 8 to the gutter. But this pattern plays a little tricky if you're not on your game.
Yeah, it can fool you a little bit, I think.
Yes, it
out
can.
There. And before you know it, you've given away a couple of games, which may have been what happened to you this morning. And you look back and you say, "What happened? Where did it go?"
Yeah, I get nervous a little bit. It's anxiety of bowling.
Sure.
You don't get any sleep, but you start bowling, then you're like thinking afterwards, "What are you doing?"
Yeah,
it happens. But I'll be a lot more focused tomorrow. Not focused, but sharper. I'm always focused.
Well, now that you can kind of overcome the nerves and got used to everything and the surroundings,
the nerves gone now.
It may come a little easier for you tomorrow after a nice, relaxing evening. Dinner tonight, and clear the brain a little bit. Yes. You guys bowl. Do the men bowl first tomorrow, or do they bowl second?
No, the women bowl women bowl first tomorrow. Then we bowl second. So I guess I'll watch.
You have a little bit longer break then between bowling, almost 24 hours.
Actually, it's going to help me because I get to watch them and get an idea of how the lanes play tomorrow. It's nice to watch someone else bowl and then be able to having an understanding what the lane's trying to doing.
.193 for El Salvador's Ida Granillo. And final shot coming up from Arcano as we wrap up our third game here in the women's singles competition. There'll be 3 more games to go. And we are going to take a quick commercial break, but we'll be back in just a few minutes here on Bowl TV.
Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Let's go, guys. Let's go. Let's go.
It started a couple years ago, and I knew I needed an extra challenge. League was fun, but it wasn't preparing me for my weekend tournaments, and when I traveled, I felt unprepared. So I wanted to get into the sport bowling to really challenge myself and hone my skills. So I went to, like I said, a tournament. I was prepared and ready to bowl.
Obviously, when you first start, it's a little bit frustrating. Your average takes a dive a little bit, but if you stick with it, for people who may want to give this a try, sticking with it does help.
Absolutely. You just gotta, take your lumps and expect not to average 220 like you do on your league night, and say, it's okay averaging 180, 190, and getting up into the 200s, and you feel like you've accomplished something averaging 200 on a sport pattern.
Bowl TV has a new address. All of the video features, coaching tips, and live events you've been watching for years are still available on bowl.com, but now there's a new YouTube home for all things bowling. Bowl TV has its own channel, and it's so easy to find. YouTube.com/BowlTV. That's it. And you never know what you'll see. If you've previously been following us on the Grow the Sport channel, it will still be there, but very soon all new videos will only be available on the Bowl TV channel. So please take the time to subscribe today. That way you'll be among the first to know as soon as a new video is posted or a live event gets underway. There are big things happening on Bowl TV. Don't miss a minute. Click on subscribe and let the good times roll.
The United States Bowling Congress is shaping the future of bowling, helping kids learn the sport the right way and awarding thousands of scholarships every year. USBC supports Special Olympics and America's best when they go for the gold as the home and heart of Team USA. We're reaching for new heights in research, raising the bar with spectacular national tournaments, and have raised millions of dollars to help fight cancer and support veterans. Visit bowl.com to learn more.
And we are back with the start of our fourth game of the singles event here at the PABCON Champion of Champions. And Liz Johnson still on the featured pair, along with Karen Marcano, Viviana Delgado, Azarette Zetter, Vanessa Valdez, and Ida Granillo. And I'm Lucas Wiseman. Del Warren sitting in again with us. Good afternoon, Del, again.
Good to be back, Lucas, after a great lunch, and the men's round went well, and now we're almost halfway finished with the ladies.
Yeah, at the halfway point, and Liz Johnson with 6:27. So I'd imagine that she's pretty far up there at the top of the standings. Still waiting on the standings to be updated, but they should be coming in any second now. As Liz makes the 10-pin here in the first frame. You've been watching a little bit the women bowl the first half of the block, Del, and what are your thoughts on how the pattern is breaking down and how they're playing them so far?
Well, they're playing about what I thought. It's interesting. They're not breaking down very fast. It seems scores are a little bit lower than I anticipated, and there's some girls. You know, everybody tends to be out, but they're attacking them a couple different ways. You see some urethane balls. You actually see some medium shine reactive balls, and you see some balls that have quite a bit of surface. So there's quite a few different ways that the girls are trying to attack them right now, and I think that's what's keeping the scores down a bit.
And that's it's not normally what you see out of the women's field. They usually tend to break them down pretty similar to each other and open them up and start to throw some high scores.
Well, I think as what we talked about earlier this afternoon with the better coaching and better knowledge, I think the girls now, the styles are a bit more diverse than they used to be. You've got some girls out there that have quite a bit of hand, and I think they're a little more versatile than they used to be. And so you don't get everybody stacking right on top of one area of the lane simply because nobody can throw it any different. I think the bowlers are getting a little more creative, and right now it's keeping the scores down. But as soon as they, if you watch lanes break down, it's like something breaks open at the end of the pattern, the dinner bell opens, and all of a sudden you look up and everybody's got six-bagger.
Yeah, right now Liz Johnson, I would guess that she's in the lead with 6:27. Almi Guerra off to the left, 6:12 for the first three, and Viviana Delgado 6:07. And I don't see anybody else at 600 that's directly in front of us. Oh, just got updated. Yep, Liz in the lead, Almi second, Viviana third. Azarette is in fourth place at 6:03. Sofia Granda at 5:99, and Neshika Cardona at 5:71. So it's the top five after the first three games. So Liz Johnson in the lead by just a hair here.
Yeah, it's interesting. You have a couple of the top girls that don't exactly throw it straight. They're up there. So normally you would see just the straighter players coming right off the corner, 3, 4, 5, and you got some girls with some hand.
Marcano, she's at 541 after the first two games. And here's a look at Azarette Zetter, Mexico. She's got a little bit of hand.
Oh, yeah. Fun to watch.
She earned a medal at the Pan American Games last year. Mm-hmm. Very proud of that in their home country. I think she took one of the doubles medals. Liz coming back for a little chat with Kim Terrell-Kearney.
It's always nice to be able to have a coach behind you.
Especially one like Kim.
I hear you. Just a lot of times for a player, it's just some reassurance that what they see or what they're doing is the right thing.
Yeah, it's. I would guess that it's not so much about physical things at this stage. It's more just ball motion and getting the right part of the lane and that sort of stuff.
Yeah, it's almost zero. You really don't want to go into physical unless
there's something really wrong.
Unless, if the player, my philosophy is always if I've got nothing to lose and I've tried everything else and then certainly you go to that. But you really just try to give the player a look, make sure that they see what they need to do, and give them the right part of the lane with the right ball, and hopefully they can produce what the lane wants.
Marcano. It's tugged left. Leaves the 6 pin.
That's what seems a little different right now. Is normally, especially for the ladies, after a couple games, they'll have the pattern will develop to where they actually have a little bit of tug, and there doesn't seem to be a lot of tug on this pattern for them right now.
Yeah, it seems like if you miss left, it's just going to keep going.
Yep.
So it seems as though everything has gone pretty smoothly thus far, knock on wood. Del, you're the assistant tournament director, so
yeah,
things went pretty smoothly for the men this morning, I think.
They did very well, and Eric Lanuza and his staff were able to get the lanes redressed, and I was talking to Gilbert Snyders from Curacao, who's the tournament director, and he has been timing every game, and we've been ahead of schedule so far. And we've got 2 mechanics in the back, and we also have a support staff up here making sure that if we have any challenges with the electronics that we're good to go. So, knock on wood, you're right.
Yeah, I think the best part of my day was my lunch at the Kegel Deli. Pretty good over there. They were slammed. They were firing out some food.
Yeah, Bobby does a great job for us in the deli, and the food's fresh. It's good. We don't have to. We talked about not having to eat any type of junk food. It's pretty healthy, and we also have for the coaches and for you upstairs. We have a VIP area that has fresh fruit, and yesterday they had some seafood and crab legs. And
oh, nice! Oh, look at that!
Hey, great shot!
2-4-8-10 split conversion for Liz Johnson in the 4th frame. She got a little smirk on her face back here. Getting a high five from Steve Smith. That's kind of what you expect out of Liz. You see her shooting a 2-4-8-10, you kind of want to make sure you keep an eye on it because pretty good chance she's going to make it.
Yeah.
Just a great spare shooter.
Like I said, the field this year is world class, and these players are. It's almost anything goes. They're You got a great group of. Mixture of experience and youth out there right now.
I think it's about as good a field as you could expect out of PABCON. I mean, this is pretty much the best players from each country out of all the different countries.
Without a doubt. You got some celebrities out there. You got some people that have won all over the world. Some major championship winners right here on lane 10. And
I think it's the best overall field that I've ever seen in a PABCON event. From top to bottom.
That's great.
And that's a good thing because it shows that the zone is getting stronger. Mm-hmm. And for a long time, we would go to these PABCON events, and the outcome would be pretty much determined. It would be the U.S., Canada. Just kind of. But now Mexico, and now there's some countries that are really coming on strong. I mean, you talked about it earlier today with Aruba, and some of these other countries are really putting some effort into it and doing some training and getting better. And that's important because, it's the U.S. doesn't need to win the gold medal in every event that they bowl in. It's better for the zone if there's a little more parity.
Sure.
And, it's just good for everybody.
And you have, the coaches are learning more, and countries are now have access to lane machines and lane surfaces where they can simulate a world-class environment, as opposed to, I know just a few years ago, a lot of the places only had burnt wood and lane machines that were 25 years old, and so you tend to be a product of your environment, and if you can't train on the environment you're going to, it's very difficult to develop your skills. Whereas I don't think that's the case anymore.
We are in the 5th frame of Game 4 of our women's singles opening round. The final round of singles is going to be tomorrow, starting at 9 a.m. Eastern Time And I hear the women bowl first tomorrow. Is that correct?
Yes, a flip-flop. Yep.
So the guys get to sleep in a little bit tomorrow, which, although I'm sure most of them will be here watching. A schedule, fortunately, not too grueling for these first couple of days. It's kind of ease into things before we get into the long days on Friday and Saturday. Kind of the way I like it. I think that's a good way to do it.
And there's a lot of team spirit, I've noticed. The men here are watching the ladies bowl, and they're cheering them on. And it's like Steve is here with Liz, and I suspect you'll see that tomorrow. That's, it's very refreshing. We get a lot of that in college bowling, where the men and the women are bowl sometimes at different times, especially in the major events. And we will definitely stay to see the gals bowl and cheer them on and vice versa. So the country team environment is kind of refreshing.
Of course, the mixed doubles will be Friday, and then we'll have Masters competition all day on Saturday. And during the Masters, it's going to be mixed patterns, right? One lane will be short, one lane will be medium.
Yeah, the left lane will be medium, and the right lane will be short.
And
I can't wait to watch that. That's
they'll
going to be
alternate
fun.
the game on each lane.
Yep.
So I guess the higher seed will probably get to pick which pattern they get to finish on.
That's
I would
correct.
assume.
That's correct.
That's I've seen that quite a few times where you have to bowl one game on two patterns, and you have to be really sharp, because I've seen people pick up the wrong ball and think, oh, hey, I'm on the long pattern. It's really the short, and it's pretty funny to watch actually. But you can't afford to give away a frame in a one-game match. So
no,
that's where the coaches come in handy, I think.
Well, and I was talking to Marcelo. We're already developing a game plan going forward based on what we've already learned about the pattern and watching the players break the pattern down. So it really is, you got to pay attention all the time, and sometimes, because if you don't, the things that you need to learn to get you to the next level, it'll pass you right by. And one game is one frame, especially in this field. They don't. You give your opponent here a crack, and they're going to break the door down.
So we're in the sixth frame of our fourth game. Aida Granillo from El Salvador gets a strike in the sixth.
It's great to see, too, because I remember not too long ago where a lot of the gals from these countries couldn't play out. They could only play 10, and so 2/3 of the ladies squad would play second arrow. And it's a testament to coaching, and I see some hand release changes. I was watching a practice session and watching the gals move in on the medium, and they had a little more axis rotation, and then on the out, they're flattening it out a little bit, being a little bit firmer.
Liz Johnson looking for a double. Leaves the 210.
It definitely looks like lane 10 down the lane is a little bit tighter.
The guys, too, I think at about this point, where, I don't know if you were on with me or not, but we saw Amleto and Steve Smith move from 11 and 12 to 9 and 10, and both Steve and Amleto on 9 and 10 had problems coming up light. John was on with me, John Janowitz, and they both kept coming up light, and now we kind of see the same thing here with Liz, so it's kind of interesting. It just might be, and it was this exact same game, because it looks like they follow the same cross, so I wonder if that's just
we should remember this conversation, because 9 and 10 and 7 and 8 are the TV pairs for the finals. So
nice.
Well, it's be interesting to see if that characteristic stays up in the entire tournament.
At least after four games, it seems, or 3 games, it seems like at least 9 and 10. I don't know about the rest of them.
Right.
Seems to get tighter down lane, and that may be a characteristic across the house. I would guess that probably is.
Mm-hmm.
That maybe there's just a little bit of carry down. I don't know.
Well, you got a lot more. You still have a decent amount of volume on the short pattern, and unlike again, I keep referring to a few years ago. There's a lot more urethane being thrown on these shorter patterns, and so the urethane balls don't flare as much. They don't soak up as much oil, and so it stays on the ball, and you're going to get, excuse me, a little more carry down. Excuse me, in a traditional sense versus if you were throwing an aggressive reactive ball. So that definitely will change how the pattern breaks down for sure.
I think during the TV portion of the event, we don't have to worry about it getting to this point, though, because it's one game, and I think every game is pretty much on fresh, right?
Yep.
So
yep,
there won't be too much breaking down of the pattern.
Did you see the lanes on the fresh tend to be playing a little more even?
You mean like pair to pair,
yeah, or just 9 and 10 in
just
general?
9 and 10. Yeah, I think they do. I think it's the difference between 11 and 12 and 9 and 10 is what I've noticed. Is that when they move from 11 and 12 to 9 and 10, they try to be in the same place, but they come up light. 210, 2 pin, 2 8 10, 2 4 8 10. You know. Liz Johnson in the 8th frame. So it could just be carry down, or it could be just a little bit of a characteristic of 9 and 10 versus 11 and 12. But from what I understand, these lanes are all pretty close. The surface isn't that old, and
well, and that's
all calibrated
that's
exactly
a great lesson for the people who are listening. We always teach the kids, the students that come here to train, that you just cannot expect when you're moving pairs for the lanes to be the same. And that's part of John's dream. There's a statue in his office of a guy kind of bent over, and he says, all I ever wanted to do is make 2 lanes play the same. And, he believes in equity and fairness, and so our bowling center was gone through as close as we could make it to try to make sure that the pairs played as close as possible. We have 2 brand new machines that are putting out the patterns. Everything's measured as close as we can measure things, the way we measure things. And you can still see you're getting differences from pair to pair. Now, they're not anywhere near as big a difference as we see in other centers, but they're still, with as tight of controls as we have, we're seeing differences where the players have to adjust. So there's a real good lesson in there that you just have to expect anything from lane to lane, pair to pair when you're bowling, when you're crossing pairs.
Just kind of have to go into the next pair with an open mind that,
Sure.
It may not be what you've been bowling on, even if it's been awesome for you and you've been striking it.
Well, that's what I love about the game. I mean, it's really the tangible. You not only have to have a physical game that can repeat and is versatile, but you really need to be very bowling and pay attention all the time. And I know that's why the tour reps are out there scouting pairs for their staff, looking for differences so that when a bowler goes from one pair to the next, they can make an adjustment quickly.
Liz just shredded the rack. I don't know that she really liked that one. Kim says that's what I told her to do. It's a double for Kim. I'm sorry, double for Liz.
And Kim.
Yeah, and Kim. Kim gets credit for that one too, apparently. Let's see what Azaret's got going here. 147 in the 7th frame for Azaret. And she sends a pin across, but in front of the 10. Some of these new pins may be frustrating some of the bowlers.
Well, we definitely have seen a difference in carry. There are definitely a few more corner pins, a few blower 710s. The previous set was in here for a couple of years, and we're not seeing as many trip 2s, and that's good. I think
it's more true to what it should be, huh?
Absolutely. Especially in this field. You miss it at the bottom a little bit. I don't think you should get a strike, even if you hit the pocket. So we're definitely starting to see some of that carry with these pins.
Makes it so it's more of a reward for a good shot versus getting lucky.
Well, the players know that because they're very bowling intelligent, and so when the player does bowl well, the player tends to get the credibility, and rather than the environment or the ball or they matched up or whatever, and that's good to see.
A couple of more frames to go here in Game 4, and we'll have 2 more games after this. And singles continues tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Eastern Time. Thank you very much, Del, for not making it like 7 o'clock in the morning or something, or 7:30 in the morning.
Well, I wish I could take credit for that, but
that's Gilbert. Huh?
That's Gilbert, and I think I thanked him as well when I looked at the schedule originally. And so I normally get to the training center about 8 o'clock. So
Liz trying to make it 3 in a row.
That was a great shot.
Yep. And that's going to get her into the 200s. She can max out at 216 this game.
It was about at the end. It was about the start of Game 4 for the men where they started to open up a little bit.
Yeah, Marcelo Swartz shot 796 for the last 3. 278, 290, 228, I believe. So he came on strong. Maybe 238.
I wouldn't be surprised to see
228.
Ami get loose here and shoot 700 the last 3.
Yeah, she's got 107 in the 6th and a double. We're going to have her for the last 2 games. Always a treat to get to watch our 2-time World Cup champion. See if Liz can get another one here in the 10th. Oh, look at the 10-pin fall backwards.
You can really tell when the lanes are a little bit tougher which players have the mental game to go through that and stay with it versus the ones that have a little bit more of a challenge and staying in the moment and staying composed and being able to think through the process. There's almost every one of these athletes, when they get a look, every one of them can strike when they're comfortable. It's really, how do you handle it when you're not comfortable?
Yeah, how do you fight through it when you don't have a great look or you don't have a good feel for it? And Liz has really fought through it pretty well so far today and finishes that game with 5 in a row for 216.
There you go.
And that'll put her at 843 for the first 4 games, and that should be enough to keep her in the lead, I would think.
There's a real good example there. She made 2 splits, or she left 2 splits. She made one of them, and she hung in there, made all the other spares, and she had gotten frustrated and had one other bad shot in between those strikes. She turns 210 into 180, just like that. So that's a great lesson for those of you looking. I mean, she just ground out that game and hung in there until she figured it out and made some moves on the right lane there that was tighter and struck out.
Viviana Delgado with 186. And Karen Marcano getting ready to step up here in the 10th frame, working on 4 in a row. She can get to 235 this game. 235 when the scores are this low, move you up the standings pretty quick.
Oh, boy.
Pulled it. That's a big turn of events right there. Goes from potential 235 down to a game in the 190s.
There you go. Karen's been on the international scene quite a while.
Yeah,
she's quite a competitor. Won a lot of medals all over the world. Tough competitors, the sisters.
200, so she does get to 200, but that's a kind of a 35-pin swing right there in one frame.
Big shot.
It's amazing how quick it can change. 10th frame now on our other featured pair, 11 and 12. Ida with a 2-4-10. She's working on a double, and that's going to cost her a 200 game. Azarette can strike out for 216. Kind of feel like I'm at the National Bowling Stadium with the big scoreboard projectors here at the Kegel Training Center.
As Randy and I have gotten a little bit older, we tend to appreciate big font.
Yeah, I bet. Makes it easy to read.
We're actually getting a new drill press from Innovative. We just got the other day. We just have to uncrate it. And I want to say hi to my buddy John Jameson at Innovative. They make great products, and the new press, the new vacuum jig, has the very large digitals, and so Coach Dell won't have to wear his glasses.
Won't need the reading glasses.
Yeah.
A nice split conversion there for Ida Granillo. Makes the 2-4-10.
Yeah, as I say, here comes Almi.
She
goes.
Threw her 4th consecutive strike. Azarette, second shot in the 10th. Looks like she got away with one there.
Yeah.
The look on her face.
It's about that time. The lanes are starting to get a little bit of push, and the girls are going to start to get a little bit of hold. So I know especially the ladies like to see a little bit of tug. They get that. Their swing gets loose. You're going to start to see quite a few 5- and 6-baggers here. It's going to be interesting to see when Almi comes over here to 9 and 10 if 10 plays tighter for her as well.
You can see Almi off to the left there.
Boom.
Yep. It's 5 in a row for her. That'll put her in the 220s. And she's going to be real close to Liz Johnson after 4 games. Azarette. Doesn't matter. It's a fill ball, so 215 for her. And Vanessa Valdez of Curacao will finish things up for us. She can strike out here in the 10th for, it looks like 201. Let's see what Almi does on her fill. It looks like Almi's starting to get the feel over there a little bit. Finishes with 6 in a row for 227. That includes a missed single pin in the 5th, too.
You know, with these players, it doesn't take much. They get one extra foot front to back where they get a little bit of room, and that loosens that swing up, and the impact of just a little more room to the score is sometimes 100 pins a game.
So Vanessa with the first one in the 10th as she's trying to get to 200 here. 210, 163, 147 so far for Vanessa to open things up in the women's singles. No 200 this game. She'll have to settle for 191 with the spare. So while we wait for the next game to start, we'll take a quick break and be back in just a couple of minutes right after this here on Bowl TV.
Bowl TV has a new address. All of the video features, coaching tips, and live events you've been watching for years are still available on bowl.com, but now there's a new YouTube home for all things bowling. Bowl TV has its own channel, and it's so easy to find. YouTube.com/BowlTV. That's it. And you never know what you'll see. If you've previously been following us on the Grow the Sport channel, it will still be there, but very soon all new videos will only be available on the Bowl TV channel. So please take the time to subscribe today. That way you'll be among the first to know as soon as a new video is posted or a live event gets underway. There are big things happening on Bowl TV. Don't miss a minute. Click on subscribe and let the good times roll.
I think the decision to bowl sport more came out of watching house patterns, watching the averages go up, the scores go up, seeing that some guys got 11 in a row and there's not a crowd watching anymore. No one really cares. And I just decided, this isn't bowling. This isn't what it was when I was a kid. You start to realize on a house shot, you throw a bad shot and it carries, and you're realizing I'm not getting penalized and I should be. And sport shots came along, and that was really the opportunity to see, where am I? How good am I? How bad am I? What do I need to work on?
It can be frustrating when you first start, when you're going from the house pattern to a sport condition. What would you say to somebody who's just getting started in it? I mean, it can be tough to hang in there.
I think really you just try to say, it's different, understand that it's different, learn from it, realize that it's teaching you where you need to improve.
Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Let's go, guys. Let's go. Let's go.
And we are underway with the 5th game here at the PABCON Champion of Champions Women's Singles. Liz Johnson still in the lead at 8:43. She is 4 pins ahead of Almi Guerra. Almi at 8:39. Azeret Zetter from Mexico at 8:18. Sofia Granda of Guatemala at 8:13. Viviana Delgado of Costa Rica, she's at 7:93. Neshka Cardona of Puerto Rico, 7:74. Those are the standings after the first 4 games. That was your top 6 after first 4 games as we get started with game 5. Still have Azeret Zetter and Vanessa Valdez on our featured pair, along with Almi Guerra stepping in now. Viviana Delgado also remains on the featured pairs. Mercedes Perez and Theshiana Serious from Aruba. I'm sure I said that one wrong, so my apologies. Azeret working on a double, as is all of the players on 9 and 10. They've all started with a double. Zetter, Valdez, and Guerra. And Azeret makes it 3 in a row and gets a double high 5 from Almi. Watching our live coverage here on Bull TV. Lucas Wiseman here with you, and Del Warren back again this game, our special guest commentator. And you said you thought that Almi would get things going. Well, guess what? She's doing pretty good. She had the back 6 last game, started with a double here, and now a 10-pin, but she's really turned it up a notch.
And she actually hit the pocket on the right lane, and we were wondering if the differences in 9 and 10 were going to show up for her, and her ball is reading the lane a little bit differently than Liz's. Took Liz a couple of, I think she split twice on 10. And even though she flat 10'd here, at least she hit the pocket. So, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised she shoots 700 her last 3.
And Azarette stepped over onto 9 and 10 and has thrown the first 3. So she's not had any issues with moving over to 9 and 10 from 11 and 12 thus far. Oh, look at that one from Viviana Delgado. Slid across for the double.
This little gal from Aruba, did you pronounce her name Tashana?
I don't know. I was
think
hoping
it's
you might know.
She's been very impressive. She's got quite a little talent. I think in the years to come, you're going to see a lot of her in the PABCON region and around the world. She's got a lot of talent. She's just right now lacking a little bit of experience.
Gets a mitt full of it, huh?
Oh, yeah. Very athletic.
I'm sure that with some coaching, you could harness a little bit of that energy and, you know, get her doing some good things and take some of that natural talent and really turn her into a real good player.
Oh, I've spent a little bit of time with her, and I know that Coach Randy has. So I know she's very coachable, which is
that's important.
Makes
the first step, right?
Makes it a nice day for the coaches, you know, when they have a lot of physical gifts and they trust you. Makes it so that the coaches, you know, sleep well at night. But she's going to be a good athlete, good bowler. Fourth frame for Ami.
Looks pretty good. That one came up a little bit light, and she carried it. So
she's getting loose. That's why she can carry it. Anytime the players can get a little bit of confidence and know they have a little bit of room, it really, like I said, affects them exponentially. Their thumb timing's a little bit cleaner. The ball has the right shape on the back end, and all of a sudden you got 5 boards of head pin you can strike on.
Viviana Delgado from Costa Rica. She's bowling well so far today. Only -7 for the first 4 games. Seen quite a few of the players look down at their feet, having some maybe problems with the approaches here. Do the approaches here have any characteristics of being a little slippery or tackier than most?
Well, it's interesting. We just put a new floor in last week, and the approaches are fairly new, and the old approaches were very tacky. And so these are definitely, I wouldn't call them on the slick side in terms of what I've bowled on, but I think in terms of, you know, a lot of these countries come from places that don't have air conditioning, and the approaches are a little bit on the tackier side. Players have had to adjust their shoes a little bit. And so a lot of them have gone to the tackier heels to, make sure that they're sliding the right amount, and it's not only they're sliding the right amount, but when their weight transfers to that front foot, it's the right distribution at the right time. So I would say that our approaches are still in their breaking in phase. But what's interesting is the Mike Purdy said that they didn't want to make any adjustments with trying to change the approaches because the players between the sweeper on Monday night and the practice yesterday had already started to make some changes. And the unknown is really, interestingly enough, is the new floor that's in. So before it used to be carpeting.
Oh, okay.
Okay, and so that's definitely going to have an issue with the dust and how what material that the shoes pick up on and how that changes the slide. So we just decided, since a lot of the players have now had 2 days, that they're making the adjustments. I know I just ran back there and cut Ami a brand new heel.
Oh, really?
Last game. So she's got a brand new Dexter #1 heel on there.
Guess she was having some issues and needed to make a change.
Yep. So a lot of times it's just a matter of a lot of these players in general, they have shoes that they can change the soles, but a lot of times they don't have to change the soles for a long time, and or they don't carry anything new, and so a lot of their soles and heels get worn, and then when they run into something they haven't seen before, they don't have anything new. I make sure, Randy and I for the college team, we make sure we're ready for everything. We carry new grips, all different sizes, new soles, new heels.
Got like a traveling pro shop in your bag, right?
Absolutely. Knives, glue, because you just never know what you're going to run into.
Someone in the chat wants to know more about PABCON and how you can be involved in the events. So PABCON stands for Pan American Bowling Confederation, and it's basically just a fancy name for the American Zone.
Yep.
That's all it is, and the way that you can compete in PABCON events is to be on your national team. So that would be, for example, Team USA members. You have to be a member of Team USA to be eligible for this tournament, and then the coaching staff selects who gets to bowl. In each country can have one male and one female representative in this tournament. And we have 18 of the 27 PABCON countries that are represented here this week.
Well, I took a class that Gilbert gave for you to be a referee.
Oh.
And you had to take a
Did
class.
you pass?
I flying colors,
Oh,
yes.
congratulations.
Thank you. But I learned that there's so many different organizations within PABCON. The Caribbean countries, the South American, Central American, they all have their own organizations within the big picture, which is PABCON, of course, USBC and WTBA. And I did not know that. So they all have their own championships. They all have their own local events.
There's like the Caribbean and Central American games and the South American games.
Yeah.
And, they all have.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
So I got quite an education. And so for those that are want to know how to get involved and find out what's going on in your country, nothing better than representing your country in a sport, especially bowling. And you certainly make lifelong friends. I know everybody here knows everybody, even though they're from different countries.
So we're halfway through Game 5, about a game and a half to go in today's competition. Liz Johnson has started to get fired up, and her ball reaction looks pretty amazing right now based on that one shot that I looked at. Double 9 spare 3-bagger for Liz, and looks like she wants to try to pull away here a little bit this game. Only 4 pins ahead of Almi Guetta, but Almi's bowling a good game herself. I think
well, it's nice to have, both those players have 2 world-class coaches.
Yep.
And, Craig Woodhouse is behind Almi, and so the coaches are right on top of the transition. They're watching every move the ball's making, and at the same time, what I love about this event is it's one of the first PABCON events where they're utilizing the new WTBA rule where you can actually change surfaces in between games. So here at the Kegel Training Center behind 1 and 2 and 11 and 12, we have a ball workout station where they can change the surface. They can go up or down with polish or Aberlon as long as they wipe the ball off and clean it off. And they can do it between each game, and as long as they don't miss their turn. So makes it very, very fair in a modern way to where, you don't have nobody can really say they have bad ball reaction. It's not a guess. There's not as much stress anymore in trying to figure out which 6 you're going to put on a plane. And the coaches and the players have gotten quite skillful at changing surfaces and matching up. So you're allowing these players to dial in, and they have a couple of world-class coaches standing behind you. I wish I had that when I was bowling, let me tell you.
Well, with the being able to change
good shot.
Almi gets the 8 out. Being able to change the surfaces really helps some of the bowlers who have limited bowling equipment and can't afford to bring enough bowling, more than 2 or 3 bowling balls, or because now they can take 1 or 2 bowling balls and give them different looks in the middle of the block. So kind of levels the playing field a little bit on some level.
I do too, and it takes the luck factor out of it. Because if I'm a player, and we know that the lanes are different every day, every squad, etc. That what happens is, if I guess 2,000 on my fresh ball and it really should be 1,000, that's the difference in 50, 60 pins a game. And can put stress on you the rest of the event. So now we take that out of there, and now it put more of the skill in the players' hands.
Watching the women's singles competition here at the PABCON Champion of Champions. We are in the 8th frame of Game 5. Again, coverage continues at 9 a.m. Eastern Time tomorrow, so be sure to tune in again tomorrow for our continuing coverage of the Champion of Champions here on Bowl TV. Azarette with a strike for a double.
What a great game.
She has gotten better and better over the years as she has gained more experience.
Nothing in bowling, not even working on your physical game, can make up for what you have to go through in terms of learning how patterns break down and the stress of bowling against high-level competition in different countries. And it's a process for everyone. Every player's is a little different. And you've got to be able to see these different looks and know how to respond to them, and stay ahead of on top of it. And if you're not used to moving your feet that much or changing shapes, it takes a couple of years to learn all that.
I've seen a couple of players, female players from Aruba, and I think every female player that I've ever seen from Aruba revs it up a little bit.
Yeah,
I don't know what's in the water down there.
I've gotten to know the coach a little bit down there, and I tease her. I'm like, what are you teaching these kids? It's amazing, especially the girls. They just they're very athletic, and they move like athletes, and they get excellent leverage on the ball. And you don't see too many down 10 knuckleballs.
Yeah, for sure. At the same time, you got to find a way to harness that power and make it successful.
I've always said that it's much easier to take someone that's a little, pretty late and wild and accelerates at the bottom, and it's much easier to take somebody like that and teach them how to get a little more finesse and a little more up the back and a little smoother than it is somebody that may just have a natural tempo and a game that doesn't produce a lot of revs and a lot of energy to the ball, and certainly you can enhance a player like that, but it's much faster process. It's a much easier process the other way around.
By the way, Liz Johnson continuing to strike next door. Double, 9 spare, and 5 in a row. Karen Marcano also striking, has 6 in a row. 7 in a row. Oh, make it 6. As she's matched Liz strike for strike here from the 4th on to the 8th. Woo! Azarette.
Here comes the cavalry.
Yeah, the strikes are coming. You predicted it. You said they were coming, and they are here. It's kind of like watching a rainstorm on the horizon. It's only a matter of time before it gets here. Especially here in Florida. You look out the window and see the clouds bubbling up.
Yesterday was actually the first day I walked out of here after opening ceremonies, and I was cleaning up the training center a little bit, and I walked outside to get rid of some garbage, and I looked up, and there was the first signs of the summer. Low-hanging clouds, thunderstorm coming, wind change, temperature change, and all in about a minute.
And then it was gone 5 minutes later.
And it rained like crazy, and it was gone.
Yep. Typical Florida weather this time of year. Well, Viviana Delgado in the top 5 coming into this game. She's the only one that really wasn't striking a whole lot this game and just put a double on the board. So maybe she's going to try to get in on the action in the back half of this game.
Well, one of the skills you have to have as a world-class bowler today, he's got to be a very good observer. And as Norm Duke says sometimes, you got to be willing to steal some signs occasionally and find out what the leaders are doing, where they're sliding, and maybe take a peek and see what kind of ball they're throwing and surface. And you can kind of take that information and adapt it to your game. And And especially if you don't have a look, then you really have nothing to lose. You know, switch ball, switch hand positions, change zones, and chances are you're going to have a better look.
Yeah, never a bad idea when you don't have much going on to find the leader and go stand behind them for a shot and see what's working, because if it's working for them, there's probably a reason.
No doubt. I don't know.
There's no shame in doing that either.
I've never seen a bowler, throw big numbers without having room. And that includes back when I was a kid. You have to have, this isn't a mosquito shooting contest. It's a game of managing your bad shots. It's not a game of perfection.
Azarette trying to punch out here in the 10th.
Wow.
It's all 10 back right there. She could shoot 247.
About as good as it gets there.
That was a very nice shot. I don't think she realized it was the 10th frame either. So she.
Sometimes that's a good thing.
Yeah, that's when you know that they're really not focused on the score. Almy can strike out for 238 this game. Looks pretty good. Came up light.
She kicked out that one in a little bit and held.
Yeah, it held and didn't quite get all the way back to the pocket.
Mm-hmm.
You can see Liz off to the left side of your screen in the 10th frame. Sounds like Paola Gomez just bowled a big game down there. Somebody posted in the chat, they're watching the live scoring, that she could strike out for 290, so she may have done that. We'll find out pretty soon. Delgado looking for her third consecutive strike, 9th frame. She's getting involved here in the scoring frenzy. Second shot for Zetter in the 10th. Pulled it, still struck.
There's that hold coming up.
Gives a little kiss. That'll get her in the 240s. So Liz Johnson up on the far left side of your screen. You're going to see her come into the picture. Second shot in the 10th. She can shoot 258 this game.
Roll. Boom.
Nice. So that'll put Liz in the 250s. And she will maintain her lead. Paola Gomez shot 290, but she was only at 718 for the first four. So makes up a lot of ground, but not in the vicinity of the lead, even with the 290. And that does match the high score of the day for men or women. Marcelo had 290 this morning.
Yeah. And it's amazing, bowlers go from looking like they're terrible when they're not matched up, and all of a sudden you turn around, they got 7 or 8 in a row, and it looked like they went out and got a bowling lesson. And it's really just a matter of, my good buddy Ruben Garagosian has always said that, the best psychological or the best psychological class you can take is get the right ball in your hand and get good ball reaction.
Yeah. Makes up for a lot of stuff. 243 for Azarette, 218 for Almy. Liz Johnson, 258. And that'll put her at plus 101 after 5. So 1101 for Liz. Delgado, 10th frame. It's another one.
Boom.
I've seen her bowl in a lot of PABCON tournaments. I've always been pretty impressed with her game. Pretty solid.
Yeah, her lines look really good. It's the first thing as I look at as a coach is, where are those hips going? Where's that swing going relative to the intended target line? And when everything's on line,
yeah,
the ball's going to have a good chance of going where you want it to go.
Especially from a country that doesn't necessarily have a history as being a bowling power,
Mm-hmm.
Costa Rica. You see some good bowlers here and there coming from Costa Rica, but they don't have a true history.
I know Vernon Peterson, who works here at Kegel. He goes to Costa Rica quite a bit. And I know he's friends.
Yeah.
And I know when he goes down there to bowl some tournaments, he also takes some time out to coach a little bit. So
Yeah, they actually hosted a PABCON tournament back in, I think it was 2005 or 2006 in San Jose, and real nice country. Enjoyed the visit there. And, it's a very interesting place. They had one of the biggest pork chops I've ever had in my life there. On the menu it said dinosaur pork chop. I was like, really? He's like, it's as big as a dinosaur. I was like, all right, and he was right. It was bigger than my head.
That's great.
Viviana with the second one.
Strikes out,
Third one,
230.
yeah, 236. It's a good save for her. She was just kind of putzing along there for half a game and then throws the last 6 to get the 230s, and that will help her cause, given that the scores have kind of gone through the roof this game. Vanessa Valdez with 168. Our Ruben friend, Sashina, can shoot 200 this game. Gets 9 on the fill for 203 as we are wrapping up game 5. Karen Marcano, by the way, 257. Strikes out in the 10th, so 258 for Liz Johnson, 257 for Karen Marcano.
She's tough.
Yep.
She's always hanging in there, and give her, as soon as she figures it out, she's going to make a run.
She goes from minus 59 to minus 2 in one game, so that's a nice turn of events for Karen here in the 5th game. Del, thanks for sitting in, and we know you got to step out, so we'll see you a little bit later.
Okay, Lucas, thanks for having me.
Yep, Del Warren, Vice President of the Kegel Training Center, sitting in with us here for a couple of minutes, or a couple of games, I should say. So as we wait for Game 6, our final game to start, we will take a commercial break, but don't go anywhere. We have one more game to go here, live on Bowl TV at the PABCON Champion of Champions.
Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Let's go, guys. Let's go. Let's go.
Bowl TV has a new address. All of the video features, coaching tips, and live events you've been watching for years are still available on bowl.com, but now there's a new YouTube home for all things bowling. Bowl TV has its own channel, and it's so easy to find. YouTube.com/Bowl TV. That's it. And you never know what you'll see. If you've previously been following us on the Grow the Sport channel, it will still be there, but very soon all new videos will only be available on the Bowl TV channel. So please take the time to subscribe today. That way you'll be among the first to know as soon as a new video is posted or a live event gets underway. There are big things happening on Bowl TV. Don't miss a minute. Click on subscribe and let the good times roll.
So we're in the final game now of our women's singles competition for the day. Sofia Granda, Paola Gomez, Almiguera on lanes 11 and 12 have started out pretty strong here. 6 out of 7 strikes between the 3 players to start. Again, coverage continues tomorrow at 9 a.m. Eastern Time here on Bowl TV. The women will get started first tomorrow. Let's run through the standings for you here after Game 5. Liz Johnson in first place at 11:01. Sofia Granda in second at 10:70. Azeret Zetter of Mexico, third place, 10:61. Almiguera in fourth at 10:57. Viviana Delgado is next at 10:29. And Paola Gomez at 1,008. The only other player who's plus. So 6 players are plus after 5 games. Johnson in first, Granda second, Zetter third, Guerra fourth, Delgado in 5th, and Gomez in 6th place. And here is Almi. So 3 of the top 6 on our featured pair for this final game. Oh, Paola Gomez with a little luck for the spare in the third frame. Sofia with the front 4 now, Guatemalan. Coming on strong here down the stretch, shot 258 last game. Has not bowled a game below 195 so far in the tournament. Almi with a 210 here in the 4th. Again, to take a look at our live stream schedule for this event, go to bowl.com/livestream. You'll find all of our upcoming events on there, as well as our schedule for the next 3 days here at the PABCON Champion of Champions. Mercedes Perez of Argentina. 3-6-10 here in the third. See if Sofia Granda can keep it going. Front four. Looks way right, but oh, look at it come back and strike. I thought it was a little right from my angle, but obviously it was on target. And Sofia with the front five. Gomez, fifth frame, working on a strike. Trying to turn it into a double here. Double five spare strike for Paola so far this game, and she does get the double. Sofia, sixth frame, trying to stay perfect. So 6 for 6 to start this game for Sofia Granda. Helmy takes down the 10 pin. It's 3 in a row for Paola, as this is turning into a high-scoring pair for these three players. Trying to make it 7 for 7. Sofia Granda is on fire here in this final game. Front 7 for the Guatemalan. Aligata trying to make it 3 in a row. See if Sofia can make it 8 in a row to start off the final game. Goes a little high, leaves a 4-pin, so our drama here in the final game comes to an end with a 4-pin in the 8th by Sofia Granda. Almi with a strike in the 8th. So all the strings on this pair ended. Heading into the final few frames of the final game. Some folks in the chat asking about the rest of the women's results. I'll read you the country and the score, just to go down quickly through the list, and we'll go in order. First place, USA, 11:01. Guatemala, 10:70. Mexico, 10:61. Dominican, 10:57. Costa Rica, 10:25. Sixth place is Colombia at 1,008. Venezuela, 998. Puerto Rico, 985. Aruba, 967. Canada 924, Argentina 923, Curacao 879, Brazil 864, El Salvador 853, Virgin Islands 834, Peru 833, and Ecuador 800. We've got about 4 frames to go on our featured pairs. Liz Johnson, who is off on lanes 5 and 6. 87 in the 5th, but has thrown 3 consecutive strikes after opening in the 5th frame. So Liz has turned things around here in the back half of the final game. Mercedes Perez from Argentina working on a double, 7th frame. That turns it into 3 in a row. Almi, 9th frame, trying to convert the 4-pin here. Almi has cooled off a bit here this final game and can only get to 206 if she strikes out in the 10th. Paola Gomez from Colombia up now in the 9th, working on a spare. Paola with a 7-10 split here in the 9th. And that will be disappointing. Granda can pick up the spare here and strike on the fill for 259. And she misses both of them for the open in the 10th. And shoots 245. Still a great game for Sophia. Liz Johnson, by the way, has now thrown 5 consecutive strikes and is in the 220s. She'll get into the 230s if she can throw another one. So it seems as though Liz will maintain her lead for the day. Almy with 196. Paola struck on her first shot in the 10th, so she can still get to 206. Liz Johnson doubled in the 10th. She's got one more shot to go, so Liz is going to shoot 237 with a strike on the fill. So Liz gets 9 on the fill, 236 for Johnson. She shoots 1337 for the 6 games today. A nice block for Liz Johnson. Mercedes Perez up in the 9th, working on 4 in a row. Through the face a little bit there, leaves the 3-6. Final shot on this featured pair from Paola Gomez. She picks it up for 196. So Sofia Granda 245. Paola Gomez and Almy Guerra both shoot 196 on that pair. Looks like Liz Johnson will be the leader after day 1 here of the singles event. And 1 frame to go on our featured pair. Again, competition resumes tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Eastern Time. So be sure to check in with us again tomorrow. Be on the air from 9 a.m. Eastern until about 4 p.m. Eastern Time tomorrow, as we will wrap up the singles event. The women will start off the day with competition beginning at 9 a.m. The men will begin at 1 p.m. Aruba 192. Brazil 205. Argentina can strike out here for 224 to close out the day. Again, competition resumes tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Eastern Time. As we wrap up the final frame here at the PABCON Champion of Champions, we'll have a brief recap of today's competition along with the standings on bowl.com. So be sure to look for that. It's going to be Liz Johnson in the lead at 13:37. Sofia Granda in second at 13:15. Azarette Zetter at 12:83. Almiguera at 12:53. I'm sorry, Viviana Delgado at 12:56 and Almiguera at 12:53. Those are your top 5 at the end of the day. That's all for now. We will see you everybody back here again tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Eastern Time. Please be sure to join us for our continuing coverage of the PABCON Champion of Champions. See you tomorrow, everybody.